hoping I can monitor this better.
It's alive.
It's
It's
alive!
alive.
Okay, bitrate's good. Yes, hello and welcome everybody to an on the spot live actual play of Regency Cthulhu. Woo! Welcome to the channel, then Mother Plays. But we got some few peeps with us playing today. I'm glad I keep saying this. I am not a game master today. Woo! I keep playing. I'm glad I'm getting more time to be a player, especially for systems I want to try. And we are graced by the lovely GM, Toby, who will run for us Host and Hostility with 4 players. Woo! This
Pardon the sando. It's a warm country.
Yeah, it is summer, so it's all good. But yes, just giving a heads up to the audience, there's no blurps, so y'all can't interrupt this live play with blurps or sounds. I have to turn that off. We're just gonna be focusing solely on how the mechanics work, the plays, and we're gonna have, I think, 45 hours of um, Regency goodness. Throw in some cosmic horror. I don't know how it's gonna work. I'm going in blind, other than I'm living through my Bridgerton fantasies right now with this game. So, yeah, I will give the floor to the lovely GM, how he usually runs things. We'll get our player introductions. But first, let people know who you are, what games you ran. I know it's a long list, but how long have you been GMing?
So to keep it short, hi, I'm Toby. I am the GM for. Oh, sorry, the keeper. We have terms are important. Lance will get mad if we use the wrong terms.
Oh,
I'm the keeper for the game, and I'm a new GM. No,
Hi!
Wow.
been
Wow.
been running games since the late 1990s, not 1900s, 1990s. Um, Currently running a bunch of campaigns, including Horror on the Orient Express with Lance and Jeanette. Um, Pendragon, the Great Pendragon campaign with Jeanette's partner, Adrian, my partner, Rocky, and our best friend, Flip. And a few others, such as The Invisible Sun, which Lance is also part of. So, Lance, nakakarami ka na. Uh, but yeah, that's me. I'll pass the ball to Lance.
Yeah.
oh dear.
Introductions.
Hi, I'm Lance. I have a Twitch stream sometimes. I'm known as Mr. King Dice on Twitch. I have been running games since 2016. My favorite thing in the whole world is horror. So Call of Cthulhu games, Mothership, all those horror games. I love playing them. I can only run one of them, which is Call of Cthulhu. Uh, so yeah, hit me up if you're into horror. I will be passing this to Jeanette.
Hi everyone, this is Jeanette. I have been playing. I've been lucky to be well nursed, well nourished by TRPGs ever since my partner and I AD got together back in 2018. And Toby is a dear old friend of mine, and I do mean old in the sense that we go back to the time of the dinosaurs when I was still in college. So
Yeah, and it was more comics than RPGs at that time that
yeah.
we were connecting to.
Yeah. I have the distinct pleasure and honor of being one of the names on his skill list in his comic book Diliman. So if you love, I mean, I highly recommend it, friends. If you love horror and myth and urban fantasy all roiled into one delicious naughty mix, please go give it a read. Nonetheless, it's been a wild ride, and I'm very glad to be part of this. So yeah.
I'm not
Yay.
sure if I'm pointing in the right spot for everyone else,
Yes,
but for
yes.
me, that's where
Hi guys, I'm Nicola. I've been playing TRPGs since 2016, more of a player than a game master. Normally kalad-karin lang rin ako ni Land sa mga iba't ibang games. For the most
That's
part, that's
Kalad
how I
Kat.
learned. about other games, and I think I don't. I know I've played under Utobi like 2017 or 16. It was Seventh Sea.
Oh yeah, that was long, long,
That
long,
was
long
so
ago.
long ago, but
And
yeah,
wasn't
and
that
right.
here?
The one we played
Wasn't
there,
that
I remember, was Black Monk.
yes, Black Monk.
Yes.
That's
Tagal
just
na.
a look of what? You played Black Monk? I know that
Yes.
look, lad.
Yeah, no, he got there first. Okay, okay.
Kasama ko nun
Is that a
sila,
competition?
sila Adrian. Yeah. And yeah, so, ano, nadamay ako dito. I saw the game and I was like, you know, sige, let's try it.
Yes, damay damay. That's the best way to go.
Damay-damay.
We take everyone down with us.
Tama.
Then, mother, you might want to adjust your mic slightly so it picks up your voice better.
Hello.
There.
Hello.
That's much better.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
This is a new headphones. Christmas gift.
Oh,
So I'm
So,
like an old person right now, just trying out the headphones. I'm like, "Huh?" But yes, hi. I don't know why I should introduce myself, but hi. I will just say, I'm totally not addicted to TTRPGs, Shifty Eyes. Totally am not, like immediately at the first sign of a new system being run, I'm like, where? So I've been playing since 2015. My first system was Pathfinder, and actually with Toby, I got lots of opportunities to play Black Monk, and there was another system. It had the mayor in a circular thingy. I forgot what it's called. The one with the mayor, and there was like NPCs, and you had to do improv. I forgot what it was called, but it was fun. Lots of
oh my gosh, I can't place it in my head right now. I'm in host mode. Sorry.
yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I just had a lot of fun opportunities to try out cool games. Even the all there's one in the channel where we got to do like a Spooktober one last year with some friends. I think
Mhm.
it's all flesh something. It's also part of the Praxis protocol. It's really cool. You guys can check that out. But yes, totally recommend GM Toby for really cool like narrative and new systems. And he just knows a lot of RPGs. If you have questions like, oh, what's Seven Seas? What's Lacuna? Or what's Changeling the Dreaming? Go to him. Ask all the questions. He'll be happy to answer. Yeah.
I noticed you slipped in Changeling the Dreaming there. That's a little hint. You want me to run your death campaign?
Shifty eyes. Yan.
So, for the listeners, I just want to make sure that this is a disclaimer. We are not experts in the Regency era. We will probably be very inaccurate, and we will probably use terminology that is not commonly used at the time. But that's all right because we're just here to enjoy the game. We do apologize if you were expecting it to be a bit more accurate. We'll probably be as accurate as Bridgerton is,
Yes.
where
I
they
will do
play
bad
Madonna
accent.
song.
I will do bad accents. I don't care. It's my fun. I will do bad accents.
And we do not mean to insult or demean or belittle anyone, especially historically, because there are some sensitive topics and things regarding that period of time. But know that we all do this for the love of the game, and we all do not mean to cause harm. All right. So with that, I think it's safe enough to start with our usual spiel. First, this is Cthulhu Regency using the host and hostilities module. Um, the basic idea here is that it's a Call of Cthulhu game set in the Regency era. And because I am no expert, I shall simply leave it as the Regency era is the popular era for books such as Emma, Sense and Sensibility, Pride and Prejudice, as well as shows such as Bridgerton. Beyond that, I am not in any position to properly explain what the Regency era is, other than that seasons and balls were a grand part of the experience. The Royal Navy was one of the higher, more notable things at the time. Reputation was very key among people. as were titles and knowing your place in society. Given these factors, we are not playing an accurate Regency campaign, meaning we will not be speaking in the proper language of the time. We may be using modern expressions. We will, however, in our safety tools, be using, among them, lines and veils. So for all the players in the character stuff channel, you'll find the link, unless you already have the character keepers open. Please
Oh,
go to the safety tools sheet. So if you look at the safety tools sheet, there are currently some items that are highlighted in green. Those are marked as interested because the era, the module, the stories that will be told will sort of touch on those factors. It does not mean they cannot be veiled. If you prefer to veil some of them, still feel free to mark them on the sheet. So you see classism is there because, class, knowing your place, knowing your position is part of the Regency experience. So we will still have to have that in some form. Kissing is listed as an item that's present, as is loneliness, mind control, loss of agency, racism, religion, and romance. Because those will factor in some form. You may veil them if you wish, and that simply means when they happen, we quickly cut it to off camera or we do not elaborate on the moment. Sexual assault is marked as veiled automatically only because um, sexual assault can be interpreted very broadly. And for some things in the Regency era wherein the guy might grab the arm of the woman and pull her close can already be seen as sexual assault to some degree. So we want to make sure that that's clear, that it's a veil. We will never overstress in those moments, and we will never go too far in terms of having those moments. And then spiders is already marked as a veil. All players feel free to just mark in the spreadsheet. You do not need to explain. If you wish to add, you may add as well in the area below. And we will allow everyone a minute to fill it up. Know that this is a living document. You can always add to it during the game session as well. While you're filling up the lines and veils, I'll quickly also go through CATS. CATS is our concept, aim, tone, and subject matter. Um, Typically, this is approached as the group, but I think unless anyone has anything to add, I will be able to sum it up. The concept here is basically it's a Regency era based Call of Cthulhu game. So there will be some elements of horror, some elements of supernatural things happening, and the players pretty much are the ones who must face that horror. Choosing to be the person who runs away, while logical for a person to do, would mean you pull yourself away from the point of the game. So that is one thing I want to be clear about it. Then for aim, what we're trying to accomplish, what are we hoping to tell in this story? We're hoping to tell a Regency tale, which will be a tale that has both romance and flirtations mixed with investigation and horror. So there will be opportunities to get to know each other or character or NPCs, as well as opportunities to celebrate love at the same time. Try not to die. For tone, I'd like to think Bridgerton and Queen Charlotte are good gauges for the tone level, meaning there will be humorous moments, there will be aha, shock, horror moments, but there will be also a lot of sensual moments and softness. So it won't be a heavy game, but it also won't be purely just socializing. And I guess the last element is it won't be splattergore horror either. You know, the horrific elements won't necessarily bring us to the levels of buckets of blood flowing all everywhere, unless the players allow it to happen. And then for subject matter, So as mentioned, there are elements of classism present. Racism, I think, just like the show Bridgerton, we can throw out the window that it's not a question of your race, it's a question of your class and status. Are you among the common folk? Are you among the nobility? The color of your skin there was never a factor in that. And I think that's a good thing for everyone. And yeah, lastly, since this is a game with romance and the like, always check in with your fellow players. Always expect check-ins from me as well. There might be a heated argument or a dramatic scene. We can use hand symbols to show if it's all good. If it's getting too much, we can like stop or tone down. That way, we can signal each other. But as always, this is an open table game. If at any point you feel you're no longer comfortable, at any point there's some emergency you have to deal with, at any point um, you don't feel well, you may leave the game, and that's okay. The game is not more important than your state of being. Okay. Pardon my occasional mutes. I have a itchy throat, so I'm dealing with that. Are there any other questions before we get to the last part of our safety tools?
None so far.
All good? All good?
Oh, good.
Okay.
All right. So the last part, other than, of course, the X card, is you can always signal X or you could type X in the chat if it has to be triggered. Um, if you are not feeling like doing it to everyone, because some people sometimes feel tense about having to make such a broad announcement to everyone, you could always message the GM and the keeper, not the GM, the keeper, and the keeper will make sure to pronounce it. There is the romance options table, which is the last one to fill up. Each of you are to write your name as the player, and then you'll notice the column for PC and NPC. That is whether or not you are open to having romantic moments with a fellow PC character or with an NPC. And then, of course, you have the section for the character preference. Because we are, sensible people, we do not assume that a masculine male character is interested only in women and vice versa. So please feel free to write down in the character preferences, more specifically, what your character would be interested in. If your character would only prefer men or women, if your character is open to any, please feel free to write them down there. And then the I've seen this check mark simply confirms that you are done, you are ready to start. So while people are looking at the romance section, I'll just run
Wait,
through
where's the
our
romance
lines and
section?
veils. It is column J, row 28 in the safety tools section.
Hmm.
Do you see it?
Ew.
It's to the right of lines and veils.
Ew. Hello. Sorry. I froze stuff for a bit. Let me.
Yeah, you can take your time. I'll just reorient everyone. So veils are harm to animals, harm to children, homophobia, sexual assault, and spiders. And then ask first is for medical horror and slavery. And then interested is kissing, kink, loneliness, mind control, loss of agency, racism, um, religion, and romance. And then dead babies is also present in a veil. Classism is also present as an interest. All right. So romance is completely filled up. For all players, I highly encourage whenever you think you might be doing a scene that might be intense or you might be adding to the story that with something that might be tricky, always double check the safety tools and feel free to check in with everyone before you do so. And that's it. That's our safety tools portion of prep. We can now move on to Cthulhu Regency. Um, do all of you know Call of Cthulhu? And I'm only making this a broad statement for the viewers, even if I know the answer. So, as always, Call of Cthulhu is a game where ordinary people are thrust into situations where they have to deal with the supernatural. It uses a D100 dice roll to handle things, and players are expected to roll below their stats to succeed. Rolling a certain number lower than their stat, usually it's either halves or fourths, then introduces hard and um, critical. Sorry, not critical. What was the other term for the critical success? Extreme. Hard and extreme successes. Players are able to push their roll, which allows them to roll again. But if they fail, the results will be much more horrible. It is also quite a lethal game, with hit points never being higher than expected and weapons dealing large chunks of hit points when they hit. The Regency system adds what we call reputation as part of its new and interestingly listed as optional Regency rules. The optional rules in the Regency include spending luck, because not all Cthulhu games allow luck to be spent, but as well as reputation. Since reputation is a key feature in many of Jane Austen's stories, the use of reputation is present in this game. Each character has a reputation score, which is the total of their credit rating and etiquette skills added together, then divided by two. Each score then has a corresponding society's opinion of you, as well as a mechanical effect. The mechanical effect is applied when appropriate. So, for example, if you are a character with very high reputation and you are a credit to the ton or to high society, then you actually gain a bonus die. So, if you were talking to other title holders, I'd probably have you roll with your bonus die. If you're talking to non-title holders, then you probably still have the bonus die unless those people were specifically predisposed to not like title holders. Then the bonus die does not apply. So it's a nice little way to show how you, even without speaking the right thing, might still have an advantage just because of who you are in your standing in society. Reputation can, however, work against you. Um, if you have very high reputation and you are visiting the docks unaccompanied, because a gentle person does not travel to the docks alone, that is a shock to society and that may penalize your reputation. So, similar to honor in Pendragon, or the sanity points in Call of Cthulhu, you may lose reputation or gain reputation during play. So you might decide to suddenly question the present regent princess as to why this is happening, but it's at the wrong time because you did not ask to speak with her privately. Then you might lose reputation that moment for doing so. So that is the main optional system that's present in Regency. And if that's clear with everyone, we can then move forward to characters.
A quick
All
question
good?
about that. So,
Sure.
so reputation, um, do we roll under it? Does that mean all this reputation, the number we have right here, is positive reputation by society
There's
standard?
no rolling for reputation. It's
Oh.
basically because of your reputation score. You'll notice below there's a small description that says how people view you and what the system effect is, which is, for example, for Captain Johnstone, his reputation of 40 is average and respectable. So he basically has normal rolls. There's no modifiers. In
Oh, okay.
comparison, we might have Georgine. Oh no. Oh my God, most of you are average. Um,
I'm
Kind
sorry.
Okay,
Wow.
Georgiana, for example, Georgiana has a reputation of 61. She's a cred to high society, so she actually gains a bonus die when her reputation comes into play.
Where does the reputation
Take
score?
notoriety. Not
Wait,
Sorry,
sorry?
what was that?
Oh, I was just asking, does the reputation score take notoriety? I cannot pronounce it.
Notoriety.
That
Notoriety into consideration. Yes. Um, for people who have a reputation score of 39 and lower, they tend to have penalties to their rolls.
Mm.
At the lowest level of reputation, which is 0, they are irredeemably wicked. The difficulty level of the roll becomes extreme.
Wait, where's reputation again? What's that? Is it?
Reputation is currently below the last group of skills beside build.
Ew. Okay,
Third
It's in the
column.
far right.
thank you.
Yeah.
I was looking for it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So yeah, a large part of where reputation gives bonus rolls often, if not social rolls, is credit rating roll. You want to buy something, even if you failed your roll because of your reputation. Oh, sure, sure, you'll pay me back. I trust you. All right, so that's the main change in the system. Everyone has their sheet. Um, Probably you'll notice that one of the areas in the sheet that is not filled in is your luck points. Everyone, please roll 3d6, and with your resulting roll, fill in both the maximum box and your current box for your starting luck points. It's supposed to be 3d6 times 5.
3d6 times.
Ooh,
Aray.
that does not look good for me.
Wow.
35.
Oh sh.
It looks
Okay,
it looks worse for us.
I'm happier about mine. I have a
7 times,
45.
yeah, 7 times 5 is not so bad.
Pardon me. How do we? Is it still C roll ba?
It's /R
With
for
the
Dice
Oh,
Maiden.
okay. It's a different, no. It's a different thing.
Yeah, because C-Roll was the Call of Cthulhu dice roller, but I think it's easier to just use Dice Maiden. We'll we'll be we'll keep it simple.
3d6.
There,
Oh,
so it's 14, and then you have 14 times 5, so
Wow.
that's 70. You have 70 luck.
Beautiful.
that's going to fritter away very quickly.
All right.
Nakakaya naman sa
We're
35.
So now that we're done with luck, everyone has been given a list of characters to choose from. Because this was a last-minute game, and because Host and Hostility was actually written for one keeper and one player, the actual module only provided 3 possible pre-generated characters. Um, so I decided to use the 6 other pre-generated characters that were present in the main Cthulhu Regency book. Um, so that is the offer selection, and everyone now can choose from the 9 available. Whoever's ready, feel free to declare who you are and give us a brief idea of your character. If you are not sure how to do that, there's your description, trait, ideology, and treasured possession as additional elements you might want to bring up. Then there's the notes area if you want to paraphrase the summary. No need to read the entire thing. So who's ready?
Right. I'm taking on the character Janitra Chatterjee. She is, wow, kind of hard to believe she's 20. Her main hobby is matchmaking. Um, according to the description, she'd really rather prefer you focus on her social prowess than any of her other artistic skills. But she's just been in general very lucky to be born to doting parents and an only child to boot. And I tend to think that she's something of Jane Austen's Emma grown up. So yeah.
Mhm.
All right. Choose the next player if anyone's ready.
Um, I give the floor over to Nicola.
Okay. I have chosen, and pinagtatawanan, after rereading it again, medyo ano nga ako. I have chosen Mr. James Bennett,
Okay.
who just came back from university after studying poetry and English. Um, and right now, medyo, how should I describe it? He's very into the arts to the point where it's very unhealthy for his wallet.
I see.
My my parents, my parents are hoping that it's just a phase
Self-pays, mom.
and that I find a real job, get into romance, become actual nobility. But right now, I firmly believe that life is nothing without art.
All
And
right.
it's a beautiful thing to talk about. I'd love to find people to talk to it about. And I got a little notebook here on the side where pag when I have a bout of inspiration, I have to write it down. Siyempre,
Mm,
if you don't have anywhere to write it down, you're gonna forget it the next day. Then
true.
we can't have that. So yeah, they're just families hoping I settle down. But right now, I'm very much focused on the arts, and I would love to pursue it into success.
All right. Who's next?
And let's pass it to Lands.
Okay, I'm not over your character. I'm so sorry for you, but I will be playing Marina Garrick. I grew up with three older brothers, and as a child, I found myself more at home in the great outdoors than in the schoolroom, much to the chagrin of my governess. I am an accomplished rider and shot, quickly outpacing my siblings in physical endeavors. Never one for decorum, I am often unkempt. I am spirited, generally honest, frank, though I may lie for a good cause. I have a tendency to be outspoken, bold, and in some cases, by societal standards, defiant. Um, doesn't look like my parents have any any dreams for me. So that is Marina. I pass it on over to Denma.
Hi. Yes. Um, I'm definitely channeling Renee Jean Page for this character. A Reverend. I believe I'm playing Reverend's what is that? What's his name? Reverend Samuel Jennings. He's a local vicar. So I'm playing a priest. Hot priest. But generally, he is running a small church, and he was supposed to find a wife, but his sister died of influenza. That so he did not take the death well, and he has every woman that it basically has like this if there's like a mommy issue, daddy issue, or whichever. Like every time somebody gets close, he's reminded of his sister. So now he's invited to the ball, as he is a local vicar, and he's still heartbroken. He still haven't, but he'll attend, try to find perhaps love, or maybe just try to find a way to grieve better. Yeah.
Nice.
Bridgerton fantasies. Is it?
Now that we've introduced the characters, we bring in the question of um, how would you like to know each other? That way we can skip past the "oh, who are you" moments in the game. Each of you can choose two characters and just give a brief idea of how you know each other. You don't have to be super close friends. You may be close friends. It's up to you.
Hmm.
I would
Whoever's willing to start.
I would say, since I'm the biker, everyone's my flock. They have come to
Mm.
me to
You've
know
all seen
their
them in church.
yes, they have done their confessions to me and all that. heard them in the box. All of their woes. Yeah.
Okay. Admittedly, this has always intrigued me about these period settings, because it's not common in the Philippines for the people in religious positions to have relationships,
Yeah.
right? In this case, the vicar had lost his wife.
Sister.
Um, i- his sister. Is the vicar
Not married yet.
drawn to anyone as well? Is
Uh,
that something that you want to explore in this game?
it is something to explore because every time someone got close, he's like, I'm reminded of my sister. And then he withdraws.
Is there yeah? So is there a player you want to explore that with? Now is the time we can ask, or if not, we can look at it as an NPC option.
NPC option.
Okay, got it. Who's next?
I'd like to say, if it's possible, I think Janitra had Marina and James Bennett as schoolmates. Not necessarily friendly friends, but I do know of them. Uh, and let's see. I don't know if this is just my headcanon. Maybe at some point the vicar had an affair with my mother, but that was short lived, you know. So
I,
Are you okay with that, then, Mother?
I'm all
guy.
for it. Does that make me a rake?
Maybe that's why you tried to be more a vicar afterwards.
You're like a hot priest.
Oh my- Come to the Lord.
Recognizes Samuel before
Well,
seeing Mother. Okay, I'm putting down some notes. Next player.
Three brothers. I feel like James Bennett would have been over at some point. I have three older brothers. I feel like you've been over at some point, and we know each other from school. School. I have a governess. I guess I have my own thing going on.
Okay.
I would like to
Wedding Sunday school.
in Sunday school. I would like to be known to Janitra as the match she was not able to make. I'm just too hard to match up with anyone because I am defiant. So yeah, I think those are my two connections. I have a friend and a matchmaker who can't seem to match me too much to my parents'
Nice.
sadness.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think
James.
for mine, considering the backstory, I'm pretty sure my parents would have sent me off to Janitra to try and find the to try and be match made as well.
Oh, reach
Mhm.
wide.
So we can probably say it's an ongoing prospect to try and find
An ongoing project.
uh, and
Janitra's reputation, James.
just to check with you, Nicola, when you
Mhm.
say that your parents sent you to me, are you saying I just want to check what you mean. Do you mean like your parents sent you to me to be matched to me, or that you're consulting me to be matched to somebody else?
more consulting you.
Okay.
Kasi
Yes,
you have the
yes.
you have the reputation of being a matchmaker, right? And you-
Wait. I think there's an opportunity here.
Oh,
Did the parents send you to her to match you to her? But you both realize you don't want to be together, so she's now trying to match you to someone else while you're carrying the farce to the parents that the two of you are close.
this is very Bridgerton. I like it.
Yes.
Are you fine with that, Jeanette?
If I-
Yeah,
because
let's do it.
All right.
So to the parents, the two of you are like, oh my god, hold my hand. Ah, mother! Okay,
I
I
like
like it.
it.
I like it. So we're good. We're
And
good with our we're good with our circle of characters. I hope everyone found time to read the newspaper that I sent yesterday. It's a lovely handout from the module itself.
Fantastic.
Very wonderfully done and well written. Um, Even with the voice, it sounded very attuned to the time.
Lady with
If
the
you
tab.
haven't, it's all right. It simply just summarizes some of the current events that are happening. It offers little ideas in case you want to know what to do. But because this is a one shot and we are sensitive with time, we will start with what we call mise-en-scène in movies, in filmmaking, wherein we are starting in the middle of things. You are all already at the soiree that Captain King has invited you all to. And then while in this soiree, we will cut to a few flashbacks um, to help you better gauge and get a feel as to why you got here. For those who have access to the link, it's in Character Stuff channel. Please open the visuals for the game. And we are now opening the first slide. Captain Billy King is a captain of the Royal Navy. He's quite a gallant captain. Um, Many of you have, in various instances, witnessed him in his gallantry. You know, he'd be buying in the market, and as he's purchasing from the market, he'll buy two armfuls of apples rather than just, a single apple. And the woman would be so thankful, and then he heads off. Or you'd see him with um, walking in the park, and then there's some children. Then he'll approach um, one of the guys who's selling these paper toys in the park, and the next thing you know, you'll see all the children running away with the paper toys. It seems like he bought for all of them. He's that sort of a person. Um, Notably, he is also what seems to be a very young man, despite his age, despite his rank, despite his position and reputation. And he has invited all of you to be part of the story. The invitations arrived for all of you at different points in time, and whether or not you traveled together to go to the soiree, which is all the way here in London, is up to you. So, to open our scene, imagine a grand hallway with high curtains, chandeliers. There are numerous um, tables that have been set up. The main table has all the food and delicacies ready. The side tables have been set up for um, drinks and other refreshments and pastries. Then you have different sections of the area where chairs are for people to be seated. There's a group of musicians on one side that are currently playing. Forget then, mother. What would be a good song? What is a Bridgerton version song playing right now?
I will have to say the
Oh,
actual
you're
OST
the
of Bridgerton uses a remix of pop songs in the piano music
Yeah.
Yep. So so
classicals.
so what's our pop song right now?
um Viva La Vida from Coldplay. I used to love season one. Let's
Okay.
go. Let's go with that.
So we hear the strings playing as that's happening. We're having an instrumental version of that song. Um, then we have our various people all around who are in attendance, and for all of you to properly appreciate the people in attendance, I shall start pasting their visuals in our slides.
Yay.
And then as we play along, you can take the opportunities to get to know some of them. So it is starting to populate.
so many people.
Um, Not all of them are present exactly that moment, just so it's clear. But I'm just giving you an idea of how many personalities can be interacted with in this game. Okay. Um, so now that I've posted and shared the visuals, I shall open with the Reverend.
Oh.
Do you want to open with your flashback or do you want to open with current time and choose an NPC you're interacting with?
I would like to focus on the present for now. The
Okay.
the reason I'm here is
Since you're
to not
focused on the
dwell.
present,
Yes. Not dwell.
who do you want to be interacting with in this opening moment? Do you want to be speaking
Um
with the host of the soiree, Billy King? Do you want to speak with anyone specific?
oh, there's a lot. Oh.
You could either choose an image that looks interesting and that's the person you decided to talk to, or you could define someone like, who's the school teacher or who's the doctor that everyone knows, and I can direct you to who that
Ooh.
is.
The doctor is good. Or at least yeah, the a doctor, the one who was the one who confirmed the sister's influenza.
Okay.
They probably would have
You
paid it.
can go to slide 3, and in slide 3, let me just give you the summary of what you generally know. Dr. Thornton Beamish is a doctor who enjoys the good life. He eats to excess, he drinks to excess. He is generally disliked by most people because when he loses himself in his vices, he can be very, very uncomfortable to be with. There's even rumors that he had ran afoul with the Royal College of Physicians in London.
Oh my
He's there
goodness.
in front of you right now. He's nursing um, a large bottle of wine in his hands, which is again uncommon. People would normally drink from the proper glasses. Reverend,
Oh,
Good evening.
it's nice to see you're finally outside again. It's been a while since you've been joining us in these public events.
Reservations, as this was the doctor that did take care of her sister. He goes, yes, I thought I would spend some time to keep myself anchored to the present. How have you been?
As always, busy. Lots of pregnancies, lots of sickness. He takes another swig. Bungford, wasn't it? You
Yes.
hate it when he pronounces it with the first syllable stressed. It changes the sound of your church's name.
Yes. I believe that would be my parish.
Grace was a wonderful person. I still miss her myself.
I immediately, like, as he's doing that conversation, I look at someone
Oh,
to
worst thing
try.
to bring up.
Yeah, I immediately look at someone that I can immediately divert the conversation to. Who's within the vicinity?
Let's roll luck.
My luck? Oh no! Wait. Okay, let's roll. YOLO. 100. Ay, wala. I'm stuck here. In
Looking around, you are thankfully it's not a really horrible success. So, you are not completely alone. There are people around you, and the two people you see closest are the couple. Slide. Oh my gosh, did I not post the couple? I did not post a couple. Okay, that was dumb of me. One moment. There. Slide 5.
okay.
You see the couple, which is the Hamptons, and you know the Hamptons to be very close family friends to both Janitra and Marina. to the point that it is not uncommon for either Janitra or Marina to actually stay over at their estate.
Okay.
Mr. Hampton is known to be quite fastidious. Um, he he uh, if he was worse, he'd be called a miser, but he's
Oh.
not. So he's just fastidious. Mrs. Hampton, on the other hand, is the direct opposite. She is extravagant. She loves showing that their family has wealth, and the two have been married for decades. Mr. Hampton, right now, you could see is staring at the glass and muttering, "This is crystal. You should normally just use crystal in special events. What if someone breaks this?" And Mrs. Hampton is, "You think they'd notice if we lose one of them? My love, we are not poor. We can afford crystal." "Yes, but this is the king's crystal." "The king? Captain King." Do you move to them and move away from the doctor?
I immediately go like as if my attention was called and then says, "Oh, excuse me, doctor." Then he moves to Mrs. Hampton and goes, "Uh, Mrs. Hampton, good evening."
"Oh, Reverend, Reverend, it is so nice to see you, Reverend. It's been quite a while,
Yes,
hasn't it?"
yes. Wait, just to check real quick. Hamptons go to my church.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
all do. Let's make it everyone does.
He
I'll
goes,
only stress if
yes.
someone doesn't as a plot
And
point.
it'll be like, yes, I did see you in the parish last Sunday. Thank
It's
you.
quite wonderful being here in London, isn't it? Very different from back in Brighton.
Yes, completely different
By the
territory.
sea.
She smiles. Quick question to Janitra and Marina. Which of you is staying over at the Hamptons?
Hey, over at the Hamptons.
So both of you have been staying over. Okay.
Sure.
Um, are you familiar with Miss Janitra?
I am aware with
And you
most of my
see
flock, yes.
the guy, Mr. Hampton turns to Mrs. Hampton and looks at him with wide eyes. And I'm sorry, Reverend. I meant to say Miss Chatterjee. And what of Miss Garrick?
Yes, I believe she is the one with three brothers.
The
Only,
two of them have been staying at our estate for quite some time. Perhaps you'd like to meet them. Oh, first Crystal, and now you're stealing his freedom. Husband?
I goes, oh, I would, if they would have any need for spiritual guidance, word from a friend, I'm happy to
Oh, I'm
oblige.
certain, Reverend, that they have needs. You have to pardon my wife. My missus is
Oh.
unfortunately overwhelmed being here in London.
Oh, it's
You'd
alright.
think the city would be cleaner.
No, I heard that the fog has taken a hold and has not cleared up for years, months. Smog is completely
Come now,
different.
come. She wraps her arm around you. Shall we go meet the girls?
Goes,
Ladies, my love, ladies.
very well. Let's. Yeah,
She
just,
drags you off, and Mr. Hampton is just sighing as he watches the two of you leave. Ah, the missus keeps thinking they're her daughters. As she hurries off. And with that, we cut to Janitra. You and James are where right now in this soiree?
That's a wonderful question.
Options would be by the food, by the music, dancing, walking the grounds, admiring the paintings, or talking to another group of people.
Actually,
Or
I think
worse, are
yeah.
are you huddled in the corner to give the impression you're both being close and intimate?
I,
Mm,
Any proposals from the two of you?
I'm thinking Um, I'm thinking we're probably just huddled somewhere visible. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Not particularly in earshot of anyone. We're visible, all right. We're close, all right. But it's just far enough so that we can talk together without getting overheard.
Okay.
Mm.
Is that okay? Maybe if you want, maybe somewhere on the balcony.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
we're
That's
taking
nice.
fresh air. So,
So so the two of you are there by the balcony. James, you're near Janitra, and so far, what do you want to open with your discussion? Are you talking about the invitation when you received it? So it's a flashback of what happened earlier. Are you focused on the now and talking about someone interesting from the selection of NPCs you have available?
is it right now? Is it nighttime or is it dusk afternoon?
It's nighttime.
Nighttime.
I think
Actually,
the
at
now
this
sounds
point,
good.
I think I'd like to give Nicolo the floor.
I,
What do you want? What do you think?
I think we can talk about the now because it feels
Okay.
like there's a lot going on and there's a lot that we can see.
Mm-hmm.
But who do we
Is
want to
is there
discuss?
is there anyone
Who
you
do you
can
want
talk
to discuss?
about?
Do
There's so many
any of the
interesting
pictures
characters.
do any of the
Or
pictures look like an interesting match?
yeah, is there a girl you might be into on the pictures? Because I will also look. I will also look.
Hmm. Let's let's talk about the middle one on page 4.
The middle one on page 4. All right. Glancing at the middle one on page 4, Janitra, I will need you to roll. Let's have you roll credit rating, as that is your reflection of the people you engage with.
Roger. Okay, hold on. So that's credit rating. Credit rating. Oh,
So
but is that
while you're doing the roll, sorry, what was
credit
that?
rating is different? Credit rating is different, right? Iba siya from reputation.
Yes. So you'll roll credit rating. So while you're rolling, James, you
Mhm.
see the woman. She is standing not that far from the balcony entrance. She's eyeing people and looking at them carefully, her eyes scanning the room occasionally. And then she will raise her fan and sip behind her fan to take some wine. And then at one point, she glances suddenly at you, realizing that she felt someone staring at her. Do your eyes meet or do you divert your gaze?
I will. Sorry, I'm just referring to what I'm gonna divert my gaze for now. I don't
Breaking
want
eye
there to be
con.
any rumors
Okay.
yet.
You break eye contact, and Janitra, you roll.
So it's slash R. Should I
And
add
then
7?
1d100.
Oh, okay. So sorry. So sorry. Okay. Trying
Yeah,
again.
we're not.
Hey,
Oh, 7. Extreme
wow.
success. Okay. As you realize who he's referring to, you realize this is an alarm. Her name is Hannah. Hannah Shibden. She is one of the spinsters, and she lives close to her best friend Amelia Cooper. The two are known to be the gossip of the group.
Oh no.
They always know about everyone.
Oh dear.
Their
Red flag.
reputation also means it's a bit lower than usual because they're the people who do that sort of thing openly.
Do I know if Hannah is wealthy?
They're both wealthy. They're also both very loose-lipped.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Oh. Okay. Okay. hmm
Do you tell
Um.
James anything?
So I lean over and all sweet smiles, and then between my teeth, oh good heavens, James! Don't tell me that you're eyeing that tattletale over there.
Well, now that and at least now that I know, I can keep my eyes away from her.
Look, I'm
At the
terribly.
mention of of her, my eyes from her, the two of you glance, and oh my god, she's approaching.
Oh my god.
Hold my hand, hold my hand. So
I
I,
hold her hand.
uh,
How do you
and
hold her hand? Is this fingers intertwined? Is this hand on her wrist? What type of hold are you doing?
Um, I'm assuming we've been doing this for a bit already, so fingers intertwined.
You slip your fingers. Janitra, you feel the fingers slip intertwined. You've been doing this before, but it still feels a bit of
It's
a
so
shock
weird.
for you.
uh,
So, Janitra, I need you to roll power to stay calm.
oh wow, no, no,
You
no.
will roll 2d100 because you have a bonus die because you've been practicing. But
2D.
as you're rolling, Shibden approaches, and as she approaches, Mr. Bennett, how lovely to see you in this soiree all the way in London.
Oh wow, four.
And oi, for extreme success, perfectly calm, you're smiling, Janitra, as you look up at Shivden.
Uh, a
Um,
pleasure.
I, I push it even further. I'm not content with just the interlaced fingers. I grab his arm and press it to my chest, and I try to laugh like a silly girl, you know. And oh, isn't it lovely, James?
Miss Chatterjee, it's so
Mhm.
lovely to see you. I've heard so much about the two of you.
Oh well, is it any say? Is it? I think at this point, we can barely keep any secrets now, can we?
Her eyes widen as she sees your arm wrap around his and your hands are holding. My word, did I make a mistake?
Oh no,
Should have I said Mrs. Bennet?
good heavens, not at all, not at all. But do tell me what is new with you? What is keeping that twinkle in your eye where it should be?
Well, right now it's the lack of a ring. She's looking at your hands.
The lack.
The lack of a ring.
I look to James. And we still have much time to enjoy ourselves. There's no rush. We're still young. We're still
Of
young. There is,
course.
and of course, James is still writing his opus, aren't you, darling?
Well, yes, I am. We still have much. Still have a long ways to go.
Mhm.
Right, you were the poet. I can only
Um,
imagine how you claimed Miss Chatterjee's heart with your words.
James, I give a smile in response to that lang.
May I borrow him, Miss Chatterjee? I promise to return him.
I look to James. Okay.
Please don't let go.
Mercy.
Oh, well, it's quite wonderful to hear too. Well, it's very lovely to see you, but unfortunately I think poor James here is parched right now. I really should water him by the refreshment stand. So if you don't mind, good day, and perhaps we shall
Ha-
bump into each other on the dance floor.
Hannah Shibden raises a hand and snaps, And suddenly, through the doorway in the balcony, you see Amelia Cooper. Drinks, anyone? She
Oh my
walks
god.
in with a few glasses. The two are a well-oiled machine. And as and as Amelia comes close, oh, Miss Chatterjee, how lucky I brought 2 extra drinks. And she offers you the glasses.
It was a trap.
What are they?
It's wine, of course.
Oh, I am terribly sorry. James is allergic to wine. So
Oh,
yes, he breaks out in the most awful hives, and it's just bodily fluids everywhere. So if you, it's quite kind of you, but I'm afraid we shall have to hie off to the refreshment stand ourselves. But please enjoy the air here. It's quite lovely, and like I said, see you when I see you. And I start carting James off.
and as the
And
two of you hurry off, the two you could both feel the two women are now whispering to each other about something.
okay,
The stress.
Thank you.
The
But
stress
I am
of
so sorry. I am
it's all
so
right.
sorry to put you all through all that.
It's all right. At least I know now in public I won't be drinking wine. That's fine.
Yeah.
And as the two of you walk away, if this were a TV show, with the camera pulls back and we see the gossip together.
Oh
And he
my.
had no ring for her. No ring. No ring.
Oh
But their
god.
hands were intertwined, which means it's that sort of a relationship. They're staring.
Oh my god.
And we cut to somewhere else in the room where Marina, where are you right now?
Will be at the buffet.
You're standing by the table, you have a plate, I presume, and you've been taking food.
Yep.
You've been
Instead of putting your food on my plate, I put it on my plate and then eat it. So I'm just walking around with an empty plate so as not to look gluttonous.
I love it. I love it. You put on the plate, but then as you're looking, you eat.
So I can eat as much as I want.
um, Eating and all, a man notices you because he's also at the table, and he seems to be um, practically doing the same thing. Kumbaga, you grab a piece of pastry, you bite and put it on your plate, and as you're looking, the man nearby grabs a similar pastry, and then he starts biting as well while looking. Then as he puts it on the plate, you both reach for like I guess some fruit, and you realize you're both doing the same thing. Oh, I beg your pardon, my lady. Please, go before me. Slide to middle picture.
I do middle picture. Oh, hi. Uh, I go ahead and pick up the fruit and place it on my plate, and I say, "Oh, well, all yours. Um, although it might behoove you to move to the other table so that they don't notice us as quickly."
Oh, I'd like to think that would be helpful, but I must confess, I specifically went here to make sure they notice you rather than me. He gives a small grin, takes 2 of the fruit and puts it on his plate, and then bites one, looks at you and smiles. Lord Cosgrove.
I set down my pastry. And I say, Miranda, Garrick, how long exactly have you been here around this table?
Well, I was there earlier, pointing to the other table, but it seems the staff got a hold of my scheme. And you see the man by the table looking at him, holding the
This is,
bottles.
this is my third table. I suggest you catch up.
Miss Garrick?
Yes,
Or is it Mrs.?
Ms. Garrick. Um, uh, Ms. Garrick, haven't had that fortune yet. Um, Ms. Garrick.
And how is it that you received an invitation to this soiree all the way in London? Are you acquaintances of the Mr. King? And you're a bit surprised he said Mr., considering the man is a captain.
Do I not look like I belong here?
Oh, no, no. Forgive me. I meant no offense. I'm merely curious as to the company Mr. King keeps around him. He glances across the room and you see him looking at Billy King in the distance. Billy King right now is talking to some of the older guests and, shaking their hands and obviously making connections and welcoming their presence.
Well,
The, the captain is quite young, isn't he?
young to already have such quite the title. Would you prefer the truth or a lie?
Glances at you. Oh, I am curious of such games. Let's start with a lie.
Oh well, I'm close friends with Captain King right there.
He smiles. And the truth?
This might be my brother's invitation.
Ah, that would make sense. I allow me then to give you the same. A truth and a lie.
Give me
we
either,
can't
and
hear
I
you.
will give me
Yeah,
give me either, and I will decide whether or not it is a truth or a lie.
oh, that is most splendid. Very well. Um, I am a wealthy man, and I believe that Mr. King is not truly a captain. He looks at you. Which one do you think is truth? He takes a bite
Obviously
of the
that
fruit.
you're a wealthy man. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here unless it's under false circumstances.
He looks at you. I hope your brother is in good company, Miss Garrick. Glances at Mr. King again, and you realize now he did call him Mr. King and not Captain. Maybe that's the truth. Good day, Miss Garrick. And he heads off, and as he's heading off, you see him snatching a few more things and putting it in his plate. And that's when you realize he's then stuffing them into his pockets. He's not wealthy.
Impressive. I look around and see that some servant has taken away my plate.
Ah,
And as the servant walks away, taking your plate, you find yourself looking across the room at a man who seems to be quite nervous. Slide 3, first picture. He's fidgeting with his spectacles, occasionally cleaning them as he looks around nervously. And then he would then use the same handkerchief he wipes his spectacles with to dab his sweat away, which of course messes up his spectacles when he cleans it again. He's
Oh,
obviously dressed as part of the Royal Navy as well.
Sure.
Approach?
Yeah, I head over there, and ooh, how do I get introduced here?
As you're approaching, thinking how you should be introduced, an unaccompanied woman rarely approaches a man alone. When salvation comes in, Miss Garrick, there you are. You turn and see in slide 5, Mrs. Hampton. Miss Garrick, I've been looking all over for you. This is Reverend Samuel Jennings, who I'm sure you've seen at the pulpit.
Of course,
Rev-
Hampton. Although, go ahead.
No, go.
Um, and of course I've seen the vicar. Although I I would have guessed that you've been sick. You've gotten sick of my presence, having me over for some weeks now.
Reverend? Miss
Oh,
Garrick?
oh, um, I heard you were staying, at the Hamptons. I hope your stay has been well.
Hampton's estate is a sight to behold. One should not miss it should they drop by the area.
Would I be able to notice that, because like we were walking, that she had a direction, like she was going somewhere? Is there a way for me to determine that?
Yeah, your eyes look up at where she was facing at moment and you see the lone man by the curtain. You think you're reading the situation well. Obviously, Mrs. Hampton completely oblivious. Well, it seems like you do know each other. The Reverend seemed to be lonely, Miss Garrick, and I was wondering if you could keep him company here in the soiree. He would probably delight to hear more about you.
Oh dear
Reverend?
me,
Oh, I was
I would have.
if we're catching up with another friend, perhaps we can go ahead and meet said friend. I point over to, uh,
The man?
yeah, the man.
No,
Your eyes widen, Mrs. Garrick, as you realize, what did the Reverend do? Mrs. Hampton, on the other hand, of course, I shall leave you two to get to know each other. It is very difficult, after all, being alone. And when you're of a certain age, there is only one cure to loneliness. Yes?
The Lord and the
Enjoy.
faith.
She heads up.
Pray. Pray your prayers. Don't forget your confessions.
beg your
Sorry,
pardon,
we can't hear you, Lance. We can't hear you when you're too far. Yeah.
I beg your pardon, Reverend. I don't know the person. I was looking at the curtains behind him. Lovely curtains. I was going to suggest to Mrs. Hampton that she find similar curtains.
It's
I'm not
alright.
quite sure, though, why she thinks I can entertain a man of your uh holy interests.
Need not to worry. You have entertained me with your ramblings of the drapes when clearly your attention is elsewhere. There's a small smile on his face.
Has it told you that your sermon last Sunday was just riveting?
I would say it came from a place of pain, but thank you.
Oh, I uh, if I do offer my condolences.
Oh, not like because, in all honesty, I came here to this ball to try not to dwell in the past and was simply looking at the present. But you wish to speak to the man. You need not lie to a man of God. You may talk to him if you wish.
That's no. I'm happy to be here.
I will not keep you if your attention is elsewhere.
No, my attention is right here, Vicar. Right here, right here. How was your trip?
He kind of you start to see him walk towards the guy now. It's like, come on, let's go talk to him. Let's talk to
Oh
your
my
friend.
gosh.
Vicar, have you eaten?
I am fed.
As you approach the man, you actually approach the man.
Yes. Like
And as you approach, Miss Garrick, do you follow or do you freeze?
It's great.
You know what? I follow. Let's do it.
Let's fucking go.
Following behind, the man looks up, and as the man looks up, his eyes light up. He puts his spectacles on. Reverend, oh God, this is God must have sent you, Reverend. He approaches you
Oh,
and comes to reach for your hands.
he shakes it firmly and he goes, if you weren't removing your spectacles as often, you would have noticed that a certain maiden has had her eyes on you for quite some time.
Um, I'm afraid I do not have time for women, Reverend. I um I haven't been going to church in a long while, but duties, you see. But if would it be strange if I ask for a moment to speak with you for confessions?
By all means, the Lord's work is never over. And he looks at the wait, what's her name? Marina. Like
Go to the drapes. These are lovely drapes. I
We
wonder, I wonder where they sourced this. These drapes.
And as you save face by talking about the drapes, the lieutenant motions to you, Father. Perhaps we can discuss there in one of the other balconies. I am Lieutenant John Orville.
I see. Wait, am I on the right side? It's the dead.
Lieutenant John Orville is slide 3.
Okay. Yeah.
Oops, wrong label. You accompany him?
Yes. Of course. Someone is in a crisis of faith. I will help.
Getting to the balcony. Making your way to the balcony. You walk past a guy and a girl who you realize are familiar. It's Janitra and James.
Mm-hmm.
Small nods as you walk by.
Yeah. I give them a nod.
Your eyes notice she's wrapped around his arm and their hands are intertwined.
There's that flick of the eye, that flick where the position is, and then just turns a blind eye. But you know that the Reverend has seen something. Eyes.
And as the two of you enter the balcony, two women walk past you, and you realize it's the gossips, Amelia and Hannah. John Orville, completely oblivious to the people you've just walked by. Things have been burdening me, Reverend, and I was thinking perhaps I can unburden my soul and speak to you plainly about them. I am not even certain if I have done wrong.
You may speak, sir. That is what burdens the heart.
The two of you are at the balcony. He looks at you, and you could see him profusely sweating. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure where to begin. I. He glances back into the party, his eyes scanning to see who's near the door, and then he looks at you. What do you know of the Captain King, Reverend? Do you want to voice stuff on your own, or do you want to flashback on knowledge you have of him?
Flashback would be safe.
Okay. We cut to a quick flashback as you remember an earlier encounter with the captain.
Mhm.
You were holding mass when the captain arrives at church a bit late. The doors resound and everyone looks back to see him enter. He seems apologetic and then quietly joins the mass. Mass is over, people are leaving when the captain comes up to you. Reverend!
Yes, Captain.
Captain B. King, he smiles. I apologize for my rude entrance. I was a bit late and I was on a rush.
No worries. The house of the Lord is always open to all souls, whether they are late or not.
I was hoping that I could invite you to London. I know it is quite a journey's away and it is not until September. I have a house in Finchester Crescent. Um, Renovations are still ongoing, but once it is done, I am holding a small soiree to um, celebrate my new home. I was hoping you could be in attendance to bless it.
Bless the house. Of course, this will be before the party.
Um,
So,
I think the soiree itself can be the day of the blessing, just to make it easier for you.
yes,
I wouldn't want to invite you to a place where your accommodations are not ready.
of course. So we will. I just do not wish to disrupt any of the events. It would be best to do it in the morning for the soiree.
That would be perfect. I can have a carriage ready for you on the day, and I shall have the tickets prepared for your journey to London.
Very well.
He reaches to take your hand and kisses it. Thank you, Reverend. It is always it is always good to have the blessing of God in anything we do.
May the Lord be with you. Also with you.
He smiles, and as he heads out the door, one of the other people goes near to you. Was that the Captain King you were just speaking with?
Yes.
Reverend?
Sorry. Hello. 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 Is he-
Disconnection? Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Was that
he
the
nods.
Captain King you were speaking of?
Who's speaking?
One of the attendees, not anyone in particular. I heard he has a distinguished naval career, showing great valor in battle. Although no one seems to agree what ship he served on, or what battles those were.
Well, whatever battles he's fought, he is given rank, and we are to respect for whoever it is that gave him rank.
The woman looks at you. So, Father, and we dissolve that flashback to a more recent flashback. You arrive at Finchester Crescent, the house. You're staring at the three-story home with the numerous windows. For a brief moment, you catch sight of someone in the upper window. The window is open,
Mm-hmm.
and a a gorgeous woman is standing there outside the window, a long stick with a cigarette in her hand. You will see her in slide 2, rightmost photo. She's smoking, but then she sees you, takes the cigarette away, and crushes it against the sill, then closes the window.
Alright.
Blessings, and during the blessings, the captain is there, the staff, no sign of the woman.
I approach the Captain King.
Yeah, in the flashback.
Do you have any guests in this house?
Much later. Everyone should be arriving for the soiree much later.
Oh, must have been. You sure? I saw a woman. Upper floors. Seems to have lit.
Did you know?
Seems to have lit a cigarette. Yes. That might be a fire hazard. As she crushed it against the seal. Might want to check on that. Would affect the wood.
I'm certain you are mistaken. Perhaps you are just tired, Reverend. But if it will help you feel more comfortable, I can have you rest in one of the rooms.
Yes. He goes, yes, perhaps it has been a tiring. I'm a long way away from home. Here in London.
Shall you accompany me to the second floor?
Yeah. Would I be able to, at least know which room was it? Know where the woman was?
Third floor.
Oh.
You head up the steps, and as you reach the second floor, you look up the steps leading up to the third floor a bit, but he doesn't lead you there. This way, Reverend. He goes to one of the bedrooms and opens the door, and as he motions you to step in, is there anything else I can do for you, Reverend? Perhaps to help you feel more comfortable?
This is all. Thank you for your patronage. And he just probably would ask for like a bit of a water and like a bit of a wash before he goes. Ask for prayer.
I'll make certain that both will be brought up. The captain raises his arms and places it on your shoulders. Are you sure there's nothing else I can do for you, Reverend? He squeezes slightly.
Oh. That is all. I appreciate that you've considered the Lord to bless this house. That is
His
all.
hands let go. I understand. I must have been tired as well and misunderstood. I shall
Huy,
make sure someone comes with your water when you're washed.
tangina
And he
dancing.
heads for
Dancing pa.
and he heads for the door. And you are staring at the door as he leaves and cut back to present. You
Oh,
must be close with the captain, considering you were invited over.
it's part of duties to bless the house before the soiree. It was a personal request.
You, you've known the captain long.
Enough.
You're old friends.
No, but he is of my flock.
Father, what I need to speak to you with is a sensitive matter, and I'm afraid you might take offense, considering you are well acquainted with the captain.
The Lord has will listen and will try not to judge, depending on the words that is uttered. But I will listen.
He glances back into the soiree, and you see him walk, and he starts pulling one of the doors to close the balcony area to give you more privacy. Do you let him?
Yeah, I let him.
Door shuts close. You're now both outside in the cold. He looks at you. I don't think the captain is who he says he is.
How so?
Father, where do I begin? He holds his forehead nervously as he asks you to come closer to talk. And you look back at the closed door. There's still windows. You could still see inside.
Mhm.
But you can barely hear now the noise of the soiree. Cutting back to our couple. The couple is walking deeper into the party. The priest walks by and notices you're holding hands. You're holding close together when a man suddenly looms in front of you. And as the man comes in front of you, James, you're startled when the man reaches to grab Janitra's hand, despite your hand on it, and pulls her hand away from yours. Janitra, you on the other hand are unable to react right now because you realize you've encountered this man before. Do we play the now first or the flashback first?
If it's okay with you, Nicolo, I'd like to play the flashback first.
Sure. I think that adds more to the honor and to the tension we have here.
Um, Flashback, Janitra, prior to departing from London, just a day before, you were walking around the Pavilion Gardens, waiting for word that the journey to London is to commence. Um, Mr. and Mrs. Hampton is in the distance talking with Marina, and you were looking around, just enjoying the gardens. When you chance upon Lord Cosgrove. You know Lord Cosgrove. You've um, heard of people who were begging for your help to be matched to someone else because he was finding them attractive. And word has it, Lord Cosgrove is penniless, to the point that creditors are chasing after him. Lord Cosgrove sees you, and as he sees you, he smiles. Miss Chatterjee, been a while since we've seen each other.
I give him a very tight-lipped smile as well. Lord
Part of me
Cosgrove.
feels. Yeah, go on.
Lord Cosgrove. Pleasure.
Is it? Part of me feels I am a villain in your eyes.
Whatever do you mean?
Well, Miss Miss Devois, Miss Filigree, did you not help them both find husbands despite the knowledge that I was interested in their company?
Well, yes, that is true, but you must understand, I will always defer to the woman in this case. I apologize, Lord Cosgrove. I am sure they did not mean you harm, nor um insult us, neither do I. But simply that their hearts a lit on somebody else.
Well, I do hope this time you consider favoring me. I am starting to feel like the donkey in the races, if you gather what I mean.
I simply nod solemnly and I pat his arm, and all in good time, we will find you that, hopefully, that love match. All in good time.
Eyebrows raise as he realizes there's a lot of you here in the pavilion. Is there a journey commencing?
A lot? I whip my head around. I, it's just aunt and uncle and I am not sure what you mean, Lord Cosgrove.
And Marina.
Oh, right. It's. I am so sorry. I thought being again. It's a simple family outing. We just wanted some sunshine and air. I see nothing wrong with that.
Are you concealing the fact that you're leaving for London for the soiree? Or are you. Did the player just forget? Just double checking.
Oh, I actually just forgot.
So,
um,
that's okay. Is Janitra lying then? Or is Janitra then appending it?
she's really more of omitting that fact simply
Mhm.
because it's not proper to pry, you know. So it's not for me to divulge and all that information. So that's why
No
Janitra
problem.
goes, it's we're just out and about as a family. As I'm sure you have your own business and on such a fine day as this.
He looks at you. No, actually, my biggest problem has been the fact that I have no business. In the
Oh,
background, you start to spot a man who seems out of place. Because, in the gardens, everyone is still the well dressed, genteel folk. You see the person in slide 2, left picture. The man seems to be staying by the bushes, watching carefully. But you realize he's not watching you or the Earl, Lord Cosgrove. He instead, as you glance and follow his eyes, is watching the family. This is a joint sequence. Feel free to roleplay Marina if you want to. The Hamptons and Marina are in front of the Captain King. As the captain is, oh, it's splendid. I am sure you will enjoy the soiree, and it is very wonderful to meet you, Miss Garrick. King reaches for Marina's hand to kiss it.
Fine, Captain Captain King. Oh dear me, these titles do elude me.
It's all right.
You'll have
You may call me Richard, Miss Garrick.
ooh,
The Hamptons look at each
oh
other.
ooh.
You will be attending the soiree, I hope.
of course of course. Dear generosity is boundless, as Mrs. Hampton has often told me.
Are you attending with a chaperone?
With the Hamptons.
He smiles. That is good. We cut back to your scene, Jeanette, when, to your surprise, the Earl suddenly. Captain King! Captain King! That's all everyone is talking about is that damn Captain King. That so called captain is a charlatan, I say. common rascal of the basest sort. Looks at you. I can tell you things about Captain King that'll make your hair stand on your ear. Do you allow this man to continue talking to you, or do you pull away?
So my hand is on his arm, right?
Yeah.
Um, I very slowly pull back.
As you're pulling back, his hand grabs your shoulder tighter to keep you from moving. Do you know that he
Look,
he seems to suddenly have some sort of seizure. He seems to be struggling to breathe slightly. His eyes roll back. His mouth is quivering.
I yell for a doctor. Doctor, we need a doctor over here.
And as you call out, the Hamptons look. Marina, you are looking where? Marina?
Sorry,
When you
what?
call when the cry for help for the doctor is called out, do you turn to help? Do you, just to make sure? I just want to clarify what you're doing at this moment.
Oh, I'm looking. Like, can I see what's going on?
You see Janitra struggling now as Lord Cosgrove, a man you don't recognize right now, is falling to his knees, and Janitra is trying now to hold him standing.
Choking?
Help, help.
Looks like it. You're not sure unless you go close and check with medicine.
Uh, sure. Can I do first aid instead? What seems to be higher?
You rush forward, hoping to help with first aid, and as you join Janitra in that side, miraculously, Lord Cosgrove, who you did not know that time as the Lord Cosgrove, seems to stabilize and seems to be now breathing better. And Janitra, to end your flashback, you look up where the bushes were. The man is no longer there. But that same man is now in the current time holding your arm. James, you're staring at the man as he looks at you both and mutters, I'm afraid this is for your own good. And he starts pulling Janitra away from you, James. What do you do?
You're
Hi.
pushing me.
Where's he grabbing her by?
Diba holding hands kayo? He's pulling that hand away.
Ay, bastos. Um, I interject. I try and get in between them, pushing him back.
Mhm. I'll have you
Sir,
roll
what
strength,
seems to be the- Sure, I will roll strength.
and you say your line.
I will I will ask sir, what seems to be the problem here?
He looks at
100, I
you.
have no strength.
Mind your
Oh
own
my God.
business, boy. This involves the women. And then looks at you, Janitra. Please, ma'am, come with me now.
No,
I
I
rolled bad.
not until
Do,
you
do, you,
tell me why.
do you make a scene, Janitra? Or are you keeping your voice low? Regency period, after all.
Ah, la la la. Wait. This point, we're still parang out on another balcony. Is that correct?
No, you went in already. Earlier, remember? You all walked in earlier.
So if that's the case, are there can people see?
Lots of people. But people probably haven't noticed because everyone's busy with their own thing. Flirting, stealing food, eating food. So do you respond with a stern but low voice, or do you yell out?
Honestly, at this point, I will risk yelling.
At the risk of your reputation?
Yes. So yeah, pretty much. I go. I beg your pardon, sir. Unhand me. I give no consent to this.
People are all looking in your direction, and as they all stare at you, the man looks around and sees all the faces looking at him. Many people are horrified, shocked. What is this man doing here? He does not look like he belongs. James, you also notice the man is practically barefoot. There are holes in his shoes. There are holes in his pants. The man pushes something into your hand, Janitra, and tells you, Apologies, apologies, 100 apologies. And then he tries to dart away. James, do you stop him?
I leave him be and I put my attention to Janitra.
Continue.
Are you alright? What was that about?
I I actually hold on to his arm this time, and he can. I hope that you feel it. That you can feel me shaking from the inside. I I believe I just had what most people call a fright. Air, please.
Get you some air. And
Um,
back to balcony.
The two of you turn back to the balcony you came from, and you turn and see the spinsters behind you both. Well, that was interesting. It was. Yes, it was.
Oh my god, I love them. So you know
Your
what?
hand still trembling, Janitra. You look down and realize a small piece of paper has been shoved into it. Do you drop it because it seems to have come from that man, or do you hold on to it?
no, I hold on to it because
No, that
any information. Yeah, go ahead.
go
Any
go 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 go
information,
go.
these gossips are just going to make it worse.
Now that was interesting, wasn't it? I think it was. I think it was. The sort of people you involve yourself with, James.
Kindly excuse us. My
Uh,
lady needs to have some
The two
fresh air.
part as you walk in between them towards the balcony.
I am hoping that the balcony has stairs heading down to the hedges. Um, Anywhere away from these gossips. Hopefully around either the orangery, which is like a miniature greenhouse filled with small fruit trees, either the orangery or the hedge garden. At anywhere where it's out of earshot of anyone, where there's air and a bench. So I
Unfortunately, before you
go on.
could even get to those options, you're in front of a door. The two of you realize the balcony has been shut closed, and as you peer through the window of the balcony, you see the Reverend outside talking with a man.
Oh,
Do you step out anyway?
Ah,
um, I turn to James. Yeah, I think we need to. I think it might be wise to involve someone in authority who we trust. Is that? Do you concur, good friend?
I concur. I think the Reverend would probably be, well,
And
the only one
God, I
we can
hope
turn
he
to.
understands. And yes, I do. Um, I do shakily open the door and walk to the balcony. And yes, sorry I interrupted your
Yeah,
conversation.
we'll continue with that in a bit. James, what was your roll? Success, fail?
I failed.
Yeah, you couldn't push him away, but you're thankful he let go the moment you tried to shove him back.
You're like, oh my god.
Um, Cutting back to the curtain. Oh, look at the lovely curtain. You hear the response to your side, Lance. Well, I did have it shipped all the way from the Orient, and
From India.
I
Goodness.
I'm happy you find it beautiful. Turning, you see Captain King smiling at you.
Drunk enough yet, and I'm not hallucinating. Captain King!
Miss Garrick, you are quite a sight this evening.
Much too kind. This soiree certainly will be talked about for months to come.
You both hear suddenly a voice in the distance. I beg your pardon, I don't know you, sir. And as the two of you look, you see Janitra with James, and James seems to be handling the situation well. He seems to shove the man back, and the man's all apologetic.
Yeah.
The captain looks at you. What is your relationship with Miss Chatterjee?
Hmm. We we've known each other. You're aware, of course, of her talents for certain um agreement. Um.
I'm sorry, did I catch you at the wrong time? You seem befuddled.
Oh, I'm just not quite. I'm not quite. Um, to be perfectly frank, I was sent to her to be matched, and that bore no fruit.
Ah, what sort of fruit are you looking for?
It would make my parents entirely happy.
There are lots of fruits in the world, Miss Garrick. Some are sweet, like apples. Others are complicated, rough. What manner of fruit do you look for? Perhaps I can provide where Miss Chatterjee has failed to be present.
Ay, Dude.
You might be of, you might be of assistance. Um, you might be of assistance. I must confess, subtlety isn't my strong point. Um, I'm not looking for any fruit at the moment.
Mm.
The pastries, though, are really good.
Oh, I see. Well, I do hope you do appreciate the company at least.
Yes, of course. I um, I do appreciate the company. Um, so many people around, and you know all of them.
Glances, to be honest, most. Some I only know by title. Then his eyes focus. A few I don't even expect to see here. Following his gaze, you see in the distance Lord Cosgrove. Lord Cosgrove right now is talking to this brute of a man, the same man in slide 2, which earlier was with the accosting Janitra. And the man is now grabbing Lord Cosgrove, and he's dragging him through one of the doorways leading to the hallway outside.
Lord Cosgrove. You, you don't. You didn't expect Lord Cosgrove to be here.
The man is an idiot. He has been a thorn in my side, and he is not welcome in my home. I'm actually surprised he's here. Um, Forgive me, Miss Garrick. I was enjoying your company so much, but I feel this is a matter I should settle.
Is there something I can help with? I could at least be discreet.
No, no. I'm certain that this is something that is well within my capability of handling. In the meantime, perhaps you could indulge more in the fruit. May I, may I perhaps recommend the banana? Quite uncommon, perhaps, for all of you, but for one such as myself, it is a delight which sometimes I enjoy.
I hope to speak to you again later, Captain.
I would hope so. And again, it's it's Billy. He smells.
Billy. Marina.
He makes his way towards that area, glancing back to where Janitra was, just to check if your friend was okay. You realize the two of them have stepped into through the doorway to step into the balcony.
I follow the captain.
You continue following the captain. And as you follow the captain, we cut to the
Discreetly.
balcony. No stealth rolls needed. No one's keeping watch. Balcony, everyone else. 10, 15 seconds, and then the two of you enter. I'm not even sure what to start, Reverend. It's, I feel as if I've done a great offense, and I feel as if I've crossed the line, and I'm not even sure if he's supposed to be a captain. He looks at you, concerned, tears almost in his eyes.
What what evidence? What makes you feel he is not captain?
I was the one who amended the papers to show that Captain King is captain. I recall faintly. I recall faintly the entries that I amended and marked that he fought in the battles of Bugle Bay and you see him scratching, touching his forehead as if it hurts. The door opens that moment and you see the two enter. Janitra looking apologetic. Feel free to join the scene now.
Right. I do look apologetic, but I also look very breathless. And parang, yeah. And I'm at this point I'm afraid that I'm visibly leaning my weight onto you, James. Cat. Sorry, cat. Cat in your background. um yeah, on your cat tree. There you go. um I I apologies, Reverend. I'm afraid I've been accosted.
Oh, seems a lot is happening tonight. Please do
Uh,
take a breath. You seem rather pale.
uh,
I've taken too much of your time, Reverend. I should go. The man with the glasses sees the staircase from the balcony leading down to the lower floors. He bows again before you and is about to walk away.
He kind of puts his hand on the man's shoulder. Whatever it
Stops
is,
and looks at you.
whatever it is that pains you, whatever it is that troubles you, the Lord forgives. Whatever guilt or shame you may carry, the truth will be set free. Simply tell the truth, and all will be well.
He nods and looks at the rest of you. Forgive me for taking too much of his time. And he heads down the staircase to leave immediately.
He looks at the
I
two.
do apologize, Reverend, for taking up your time inadvertently. I I don't think it's very likely that barefoot men accost people in soirees. I and now I worry I might have done something wrong by this poor fellow. He's handed me this. Um, I um I offer the paper and I open it up and I try to read what's on it.
It says, for your safety, leave. That's all that it says.
I relay this message to James and the Reverend.
The man, the man who accosted you, if my mic's working, the man who accosted you, he gave you this
Yes,
letter.
yes, he grabbed my wrist, but he pressed this into my palm and said that it's for my own good. And when I raised a fuss, he said he meant no harm and that he apologized as he dashed off. And now I worry that I may have cast I am that perhaps an innocent man is in trouble because of me. But what is this leave? What sort of danger might we be in?
I
Or might I be in?
I believe this is a matter that we will need to discuss with the hosts and the other parties. Perhaps it is time for the story to meet its end. If there is threat, no matter how small, we have to consider the entire group's safety. Let's speak to the host. Let's speak to the others to end the party. Make sure that all is well. You may take your
Do we
breaths
have any
here.
idea where the host is?
Pardon?
Perhaps the host might be down there in the party floor, the ground floor. We can check.
The three of you consider heading back into the soiree.
Yeah.
If you're all right with it again, Janitra, we can head
Okay.
back in.
Perhaps a few more breaths.
So you stay with her to calm down a bit more outside. And down below, you hear sound glancing down from the balcony. You see the man with the spectacles is walking his way towards the orange garden. He seems a bit fidgety as he moves. We cut to inside. The captain has gone through the doorway to follow. And Marina, do you step through the door or do you stay by the door and watch?
Is the door closed or open?
It's still open on the. It's about to close. So do you like hold it a bit so you can peer through, or do you
I put like the tip of my shoe in, and it's like there.
Clever. Clever
trying
clubs.
to trying to eavesdrop? You could see in the hallway slightly the images of the people there. It's kind of hard to see them from your angle. You could better see them based on the shadows cast on the wall. And what you catch is, I can't believe you're here. You hear Captain King. You are the one to speak. I can't believe you're holding this soiree, making everyone believe. Believe what? Perhaps you're forgetting, Earl, the large sums of money you currently owe me. This isn't about the money. I know there is something more going on here. I'm certain of it. That man earlier, who was he? What man? The man you brought into this place. I thought he was your man. And as they continue arguing in that direction, do you do anything, Marina? Just checking if you're still listening or if you're acting.
I will chismis right here. I'm listening.
Head pressed against
Oh
The
my
door
god.
suddenly opens, and the two of you look, and you see Captain King. He emerges and looks a bit surprised to see the two of you. Dowager. He gives a bow. Miss Garrick? Captain King. What wonderful timing. Come, come. He approaches. It seems Miss Garrick was searching for the powder room. Were you searching for the powder room as well? Sorry? He looks at you.
I was searching for the powder room, and um, uh, yes, I was searching for the powder room, Dowager. Um, I'm not sure that Captain King here needs it.
Well, I'm of the mind that neither of you need it. But that would mean you were lying. Miss Garrick,
I see.
I have
Yes,
known you
ma'am.
for enough years. I've known you long enough. I am certain you have a book right now secreted under your clothes. Would you reveal it?
Ma'am, in public.
Mr. King,
I
if you will. He takes off his jacket and provides
show
a
the book.
curtain. You pull out the
Let me show-
book from the folds of your clothing. What book is it?
Law, maritime law.
The Dowager motions to see the book.
To her.
She takes the book into her hands. She stares at it. She looks at you. Not quite the content expected of a woman. However, I am not one to judge.
It is after
Sorry.
all. It is after all a sea captain's soiree. I thought it best to be entertaining.
Very well. Captain King. Yes, ma'am. She hands the book to him. Open
Good
it.
God.
I'm sorry. Open the book. She flips open the book. Choose a page of your willing. There's no need to mention it. I've chosen, ma'am. Miss Garrick, would you be so kind as to share with us a line from the book that you love?
Maritime.
Square waves.
Oh my
One must avoid sailing when the waves are square and the waves are emerald, for it certainly brings death or tragedy.
The captain looks at you, then looks back at the book. The risk of square waves can be avoided if one pays keen attention to the waters. Signs of square waves can be more visible at dawn. As the I have had heard enough. It is clear you are both on the same page. You may proceed. The Dowager walks on.
Ay! Damn.
I'm not exactly sure what she wants us to proceed with, but
I feel like we just
Is that
passed the test we were neither aware we were taking.
Maritime law.
is that an actual line from the book? I peer over.
He holds the book up and shows you the page.
Oh, I apparently have retained something in my reading, if you will, Captain.
It's Billy.
Billy.
And I wonder if it would be too much if I would ask you to dance, Marina.
I think that would be a welcome relief right now. Please.
He offers his hand, and the two of you start walking towards the dance floor. Mars, what's playing now?
Oh,
What's the song now?
I actually have a villain classical playlist. Somebody called out It's now called
No, but for the dance.
the
For the
Dance of
dance,
the
what's playing now? What's
Nights.
our modern? Yeah,
Oh,
what's our
modern song.
Bridgerton music now?
Our Bridgerton music's gonna be my brain's blanking out on the OST. Let's
Any song, any song.
Edge of Glory,
Or,
Lady
or
Gaga. Let's go.
okay, we have Edge of Glory suddenly playing cello. And as the two of you
Yeah.
go to the dance floor, Billy King looks into your eyes and assumes the position. May I confess that when I first saw you at the pavilion, I could barely look away.
Um, Once again, a testament to your generosity, Billy. Was it the
He
hunting
bows.
jacket?
The dance bow. And as
Yep.
the two of you stand, he looks at you and smiles. I must admit, the jacket did make you stand out more. And as he takes your hand, the two of you start moving, roll dance. We cut to everyone else. You'll have to roll dance.
Oh my goodness.
Everyone else. You've been waiting for her to calm down. You feel your nerves are much more soothed. Um, and it's that moment the three of you hear a thud further outside. Looking over the balcony, guy with spectacles has dropped to the ground. He's dropped to the ground backwards, and he's now convulsing, twitching and kicking and twisting his arms around, almost like he's having some sort of seizure.
Good heavens.
What do the three of you do?
Um, how high is the balcony?
Well, the balcony has the stairs leading down, but
Okay.
if you choose to jump it because you're awesome, kaya naman. You're only in the second floor.
I will jump it to get to that fellow who was trying to make a confession.
So if this were a TV show, camera is on the railing as we see priest jump over railing.
Hot priest.
Hot priest jump over railing in slow motion. And then cut to ground level as priest lands in front of camera and then runs off. And as hot priest runs to check on man convulsing, the two of you still on the balcony?
Um, I well, for what you call this for me, I'd probably run and follow the no, not jumping over the railing. I can't do that.
You rush down the steps.
Yeah,
Doon lang tayo sa hagdan.
Okay, and as you hurry down the steps, how about you, James?
I follow as well. There's not. I want to be of at least any assistance to the priest at the moment. And
You
also
hurry to
Danny.
the steps as well. James being the last one to move. Wait, just double checking something. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
I'll need you to roll spot hidden,
Cool.
James.
Okay.
And while you're rolling spot hidden, Father, you could roll either first aid or medicine.
First aid. I will opt for first
Janitra's
aid.
still on her way.
First aid is
Okay.
better.
Mm-hmm.
James, you fail.
I fail.
So if this were a TV show, camera watches as you hurry. Let me help! And as you run past the camera to head downstairs, the camera angles to show the balcony door. And at the balcony door, the viewers, not the characters, can see a man. No one ever heard the door open. But the man that is standing at the balcony door is in this black jacket,
Is there a push?
wearing this powdered wig.
Is there a push roll?
no.
Sorry, a what?
A push roll?
Push.
Did you want to push? You can push.
Oh.
But if you fail, it'll be a worse thing and not just this glimpse of what he didn't see.
It's YOLO. Let's YOLO this. Let's go. Oh no, it's so worse. Okay.
Oh my god.
I'm okay with this.
James, did you push as well? No.
I'm thinking I will push.
Do it. Gamble with me.
We're
While you're
gambling.
gambling,
No.
Janitra and Jennings, the two of you are at the body. The Reverend is realizing the man seems to be choking. So you try to help. You try to reach in and see if there's anything stuck in his mouth or anything. But sadly, your push roll failed, right?
Yep. It's a 95.
Take 2 points of damage as the man suddenly clamps down, biting into your fingers painfully, drawing
Oh.
blood. But you try to hold his tongue down to keep him from choking. His body's in full arch. For modern days, it's almost like he's having a tetanus moment, where it's like the tip of his head and the tip of his legs in an arch. If you're not sure what that looks like, feel free to Google it. Janitra, how do you try to help?
Try
Oh,
to
and quick aside,
admit.
Rocky's home. Hi. Continue.
I try to administer um what do you call this? The wait, he's lying backwards, right?
Yeah,
Uh
tetanus type of body arc moment.
okay, shucks. I wish I could give first aid. I don't know how to administer this though. Um
Does your character know first aid? You don't need to
she
know it as a player if your character does.
she knows, but with a score of 30.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's high enough. You can roll.
Okay.
There, I sent an image in the chat so you can
Oh my
visualize it.
god.
Oh no, I failed. Shucks, that's
You
a
rush
bit.
down, seeing what the Reverend is doing. You know that should help. Um, you try to hold the body and try to press down so he lie down flatter, and you could then check for breathing if the like. But you're struggling to keep him steady. The body continues to shake and shudder, and the next thing you know, you're both starting to hear very wet sounds. But before we continue that moment, James, what was your roll?
I failed even. I failed at 64.
You pushed and turned as you realized you felt someone present. And as you turn, you see the figure. The figure is standing in front of the door. A a white powdered wig on his head. The figure is wearing this black heavy coat and the door. And when you see that, what? You misstep, stumble
Oh
on the
god.
steps, and you're falling. But at least you were aware that that person was there. Take 2 points of damage as you land, and you probably sprain a finger or something.
Seeing that weird figure, I hold my hand for a moment as I then turn back to the one choking.
Looking down down the road near the orange trees where the man is choking, you see Janitra and the Reverend doing what they can to stop, but the man continues to flail wildly. And then,
I mm,
for the briefest of moments that seems to stretch on longer than expected, he stops moving. He stops completely,
Oh my god.
and then he stands.
Oh,
From that position, he abruptly is suddenly standing on the tips of his toes. He's making sounds that sound like he's choking. His hands reach out for Janitra, for the Reverend. The two of you are holding on to the man as he starts rising higher and higher.
Hmm?
James, your eyes widen as you realize the man's not even touching the ground. Roll sanity.
Does
What did the two
everyone
of you do?
roll?
Your father and Janitra?
I immediately start to do the
I stepped
prayers.
back.
You start to what? Sorry.
Prayers. I immediately go like, or well, the hollowed
Sorry,
prayers.
sorry. One moment. Jeanette, it's echoing really bad. You might want to decrease the volume of your speakers to avoid the echo. Back to you, Mars. So you dropped your knees and start praying?
Uh, no, I just immediately go through the rites of prayers. Deliver us from evil.
This brings your head level to the shoe level of the man who's now floating between the two of you. Have a sanity roll as well as you start muttering prayers aloud. And Janitra, you?
Shit. Sanity.
Sorry, you're muted, Jeanette.
I take a step back and actually hold on to the reverend's hand. I try to follow along with prayers.
Stepping back, you hold the reverend's hand. You mutter the prayers as well. Make your sanity roll as well. James, did you succeed?
I succeeded.
Lose only one. Jennings, did you succeed?
I haven't rolled yet,
Checking.
sorry.
I succeed with sanity.
Succeed.
Janitra, only one.
I succeed.
Also only one. As the three of you stare at the unthinkable, the impossible, the body floating, the body starts to turn mid-air, now facing the house as it continues to choke and gag. And then the unexpected, the spectacles flies off his face, straight for the house.
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
James, since you are furthest from the horror, you have a bit more freedom to move. What do you do?
Sorry. Just to clarify again, the the body flying straight for the house.
No, not the body. The
The
spectacles.
spectacles.
His glasses flew off.
Glasses.
But the body was walking away, arches pain, tetanus moment, then suddenly stands up and then is
Stands up.
floating, turns to face the house, and then his
Spectacles
glasses
fly
flies to the
off.
house. Yeah. And he's still choking, gagging, blood starting to appear in his face.
Even I'm stunned at what to do at the moment.
That's alright. That's alright.
Oh my god.
Then I think it's fine that everyone's just stunned and horrified and watching. We cut to inside. We hear the music.
I believe in you.
Edge of Glory playing,
I
string
will
instrument.
We swap it to
Let's
Judas. Or Alejandro.
Not yet, not yet. Later we'll swap. And then your roll.
I did. I failed.
You stumble slightly. King twists to catch you in the stumble, and then it's the hand on your waist, other hand behind your head, as you're craned to the back, and he's holding you, looking to your face.
He dipped you.
And in the dip, the two of you are looking at each other, and it's almost electric how you feel there's this thing between the two of you. There's this buzzing feeling. There's this static energy swirling between the two of you. The music comes to a stop.
It's willing to be swept away.
He stares at you and mutters, "Forgive me, I didn't mean to. I just meant to catch you." But do you feel that?
Hmm. It must be the heat.
As he straightens to stand and pull you back to standing position, the both of you feel for a brief moment as if your bodies don't want to leave each other. Then you realize it's your clothes. Your clothes kind of clung onto each other for a moment, and then you had to pry free.
Yeah, terribly sorry. I must admit, I spend more time on other things than dancing.
Forgive me. I have to go. He gives you a bow and he hurries away down the dance floor, leaving you in the middle. The musicians are not playing. They're all looking at their instruments. They're all seemingly confused. The people in the
Unmuted.
dance
What the
floor are also
fuck?
looking at each other. Some are gasping,
What?
some are
You
surprised.
gotta call.
A good spot
Oh, but you
hidden
gotta do
roll
call.
will notice more
Yeah.
things. So
Let me
roll,
do
and then depending on how good your roll is, you'll learn more.
Okay.
That's a hard success.
You
A
and
12.
Oh wow! Oh, a keeper could not have asked for
That's
more.
good. Angel.
As you
That's
look
good.
around the
130
people,
people.
you notice a
130
woman
people.
giggling as her partner is looking at her, and the two of them
We're
are
at
holding
the
each other, but their
fun part
necklaces are
where there's a
touching.
floating guy heading towards the house.
Another group
Whoa.
are looking at each other amused.
It's a
The
system,
guy
so
is like
it's not
staring
one.
at her, at his partner, and the partner is sheepishly looking away because it seems the guy's vest has popped open, and one of the buttons is right now attached to her brooch. And then as you look around, you notice more people who are looking at some of their silver. The necklace is floating, the earring is dangling upwards, and all this and that. Some sort of magnetic energy is in the room. But that's when
Yeah.
you see it. You're staring at the door leading to the balcony. You see a man standing in front of the door, facing the door. So you only see the back of the man. An old French black jacket. Those jackets with tails,
Yep.
long sleeves, powdered wig, facing the door. And while everyone is like a Leo looking at each other or shocked, or some are even praying, parang, oh my god, what's going on? That man is just facing the door, standing there. And that's when you realize you could hear a high pitched. Yeah, as you glance and look where it's coming from, you see one of the musicians is staring at his musical instruments. The strings are shaking on their own. And then it's gone. There's things clattering as the necklaces disengage, the bracelets fall. The people are breaking into laughter, others are gasping in shock. The musicians, it's like someone strummed the guitar and the release was finally made. The musicians are all looking at each other, the people are all staring at each other, and a heavy thud sounds outside the soiree. What do you do,
The
Lance?
man? Is he still
You,
standing?
gla-
The man?
you glance at the door where the man was, there's no sign of him.
Did I see where the captain ran off to?
You try searching for the captain. This will be a harder roll of spot hidden. However, you could also choose to roll something to like discern you figure out where he goes. A psychology roll might help. Or you could luck it.
I will luck.
Okay?
I'll make it. Hard luck roll.
Oh my god. Oh fuck.
You glance and
That's
look
a
back
good
the
hard
door where
luck
you
roll.
saw him go and confront the Earl, the penniless Earl. You make your way rushing past the crowd moving there. And as you're making your way moving there, we cut to everyone else. The body hits the ground.
My goodness. I, despite better judgment, I rush to cradle the man and, sir, please wake up, sir.
Arm around his head, you horrifiedly stare at the bloody, pulpy mess that it is now. There's nothing but blood and flesh on the man's head. Without getting into full details, you think it had erupted from within.
I don't
As
think
you're
he's going to be
staring at it,
pointing out.
you do not hear him breathing. He has not survived this death.
What the hell happened?
Demons. This is the only explanation. Demons.
We've got the devils among us then.
We must
I-
vanquish the demons of this place. I was asked to bless this house. Perhaps the blessing is not enough. Perhaps we need an exorcism.
I um at the very least, can we maybe put the body somewhere where it won't be trampled over? I start to try and pull the body away at least to one side.
To where though? To the
Um,
base of an orange tree, back to the house.
I would say at the base of an orange tree, yes.
You drag the body to the base of the tree. The two of you, I guess, help in some degree.
Yes.
But what now? The three of you see the house. You could hear the music has started again. It seems they're oblivious to what has just happened outside.
My standard protocol is just to inform the host. I need to speak to the host. We were invited here. I was asked to bless this house. Clearly, there is something in this place. Something's affecting the people, and we have to alert him of the dead.
Janitra is stunned. Janitra is stunned. And she now understands why the man who accosted her had warned her to leave. That's all that she can think of right now.
And James?
third floor window. Okay.
You're staring at the third floor window. At least you have that as a tidbit to think about. There is also the man you saw, which Janitra has no idea about. So I'll leave that for you to ponder on. The staff stares at you. Reverend, weren't you already inside? What were you doing outside again?
Check. I would tell them that there is a man at the orange tree who seems to have fallen and has been injured, needs medical assistance.
Good heavens. Um, he looks at the staff. See if you can assist. The man
I
looks at
need to
you.
speak to the host. It might be imperative to have the soiree end. I was asked here to bless the home. Clearly,
I'll inform the captain that you
I need to speak to
you are
him
in need of his presence.
immediately, please.
Just so you know, he's slide 3. I guess we call him the seneschal. Not, I forget what the actual term is for this era. The butler or something. Anyway, he nods and tells you that he'll call for King immediately. As he hurries off, one of the servants looks at you worriedly. Father, there's blood on your face.
How bad is it?
You walk to the nearest mirror in the room and you look in the mirror. You're kind of drenched on the face because of the burst from above.
Oh my god. I immediately pull out a kerchief and wipe it like calmly.
You're calmly wiping it, but as you're wiping it, you're again remembering his struggle. He's suddenly on foot. He's rising. And as you're trying not to ponder on it too much, there's no other explanation.
It's
It's
a
the
demon.
devil.
Yes, it's a devil. He's been possessed. Clearly, there's a reason why the house was asked to be blessed by Mo. And he's like always,
Combining.
yeah.
Yeah. Go on.
And he's wondering why, like, this man was attacked when he was saying something about Billy King. And right now, he's thinking the man has made a deal with the devil of some sort. And he's trying to cleanse himself from him, but he cannot escape it. Now it's affecting everyone around him. So he needs a soiree to end.
You wait for the priest, and we approach a somewhat combining scene because Marina, you hurry to the doorway, and as you peer through the doorway, the Earl is still there, and you see the Earl and King arguing. I told you, whatever happened between us is over. Do you understand? It's nothing related to that. You're an imposter. You're a false man. You're claiming to be captain when we met you weren't even in the navy. Captain's about to throw a punch at the Earl. And he's just hit me. It doesn't matter. I know what you are, and I know that lie you're spinning. And even she knows it now, pointing to you at the doorway. The captain turns. Does he see you, or do you duck out?
Muted.
Oh, sorry, muted.
Muted. You're muted.
I instinct duck out.
Ducking behind the door. The captain doesn't seem to see you. I've had enough. Out with you. And you hear them struggling. And eventually you hear them heading down steps.
Down steps. Oh, well, when I hear the fading footsteps, I open the
Mhm.
door. Do I see anyone?
Not anymore. But you do see the hallway does have a staircase that leads to the lower floors.
Follow. Slowly.
Following down the steps, you could hear, "Unhand me! You have no right to treat me this way! I am throwing you out of my home!" King is dragging Cosgrove down the steps, and as they are brought further down below, you see they're entering that adjoining area, the Grand Hall. And there you see the Reverend's actually waiting. He seems to be wiping himself with a handkerchief. Reverend, you see King arrive, and as you're a bit surprised because he doesn't seem to be arriving with the knowledge you're waiting for him. Instead, he seems to be dragging the Lord Cosgrove with him.
He goes, Captain, a word.
He stops and looks and sees you, letting go of Cosgrove immediately. Cosgrove tries to fix himself and looks at the captain, sneering.
He goes, a word in private. Quickly.
What this time? He seems very annoyed.
He gives like that look like, are you really talking to a fucking reverend like this? Like, you know that makuha ka sa tingin.
Cosgrove takes this opportunity that his attentions are on you and starts heading down the steps and mutters, perhaps, Reverend, you'll want to ask him if he's committed sodomy lately. Then he stomps his way to the door, and the captain looks at the Lord angrily. Get out of this place! You're no longer, and you've never been welcome here. The Earl slams the door behind him as he leaves.
We
The
need
captain looks at you and tries to steady himself. And while he's doing this, if you want, you may roll spot hidden to spot Marina on the steps above.
Okay.
Unless, Lance, you choose to peer and show you're there.
No. I am quiet as a mouse.
No, I don't spot anything. My attention is on the captain right now.
Forgive me, it's been a very, very complicated evening. How may I be of service?
We might need to call off the soiree. I know you asked for blessing the house, but I believe it is not enough. We have seen the devil's work. Wait, I gotta get the name of the guy. Oh,
Orville. John Orville.
John Orville. He was troubled, and he tried to speak with me. We were not able to finish our talk, and as he left, I've seen him contort, convulse in ways that a man should not be able to contort, only to lift himself on his own 2 feet. Levitate. I understand why you asked for your house to be blessed. Clearly there is something in the lands. There's something here in this house, and it is a grave danger to those that are in the party. It would be best that everyone leave. I wish to speak to this to you. Make sure that everyone comes out of here safe. The devil is here. We must act.
He shakes his head. I think you are mistaken, Reverend. You must be very tired.
It was not just me. There were 3 of us who witnessed the levitation. You cannot play this on my exhaustion alone.
You see him very annoyed. So annoyed that his hand grips into a fist, and the next thing you know, he turns and punches one of the banisters on the staircase. He, of course... But it seems this captain has a temper. Do you push or do you wait?
I give him time to calm down, but I go, whatever it is that you have done, I do not care for that. I care for my flock. Majority of my flock are here and I want them safe. Please, let everyone leave the soiree in peace.
You said there were others you saw. Where are they?
I will not speak of their names. Take my word as it is. It is part of my flock. I wish to...
Looks at you. His eyes narrow. Where are they? Dramatic cut? Or do you want to answer?
It's gonna be a dramatic cut because he's not gonna tell. Cause like he can sense the man's gonna try to do something.
Okay. So as you stare back, zoom in on your
Yeah,
face, we
Renee
cut to
Jean Page is just staring at her really hot face.
Marina. You're crouched on the upper part of the staircase. You've been listening and hearing all this.
Before I headed down to this area, what was the previous area? It was some sort of like a
So
hallway?
soiree room, hallway. The hallway connects to different parts of the house. And then from that hallway there was a staircase leading down. Yeah, I'm not using maps just because, I don't want people to treat it like a tactical game.
I tried to leave wherever the priest and the
Go
captain
back up.
are, and yeah.
I'll need a sneak roll. Sneak stealth. I forget which one this is for this game. It's stealth. I need a stealth roll for this.
Um, come on, come on. Oh,
Woo!
As you turn to stand to leave, you turn to see the man with the wig and the black jacket
Oh my god.
standing directly behind you.
Me.
His back turned towards you. So as you stand and turn, you see him. You end up gasping, and with your gasp, you catch yourself from falling down the steps, but then you've exposed yourself to the others down below. We'll cut back to you in a bit when Denma is returned. But for now, outside by the orange tree, James and Janitra.
I returned to Janitra, and are you still cradling the body?
At this point, I've um left the body at the foot of the orange tree, and I'm probably wiping my hands on my dress, and it's a bloody
I
mess, and I don't
I,
know what the hell I just got myself into.
I offer you my handkerchief, and I say, um, while while things were, or after the aftermath of everything, I've been seeing some strange things. You remember how the his spectacles flew off?
I do believe so, I think. I mean, it's a little difficult to find that, to remember that detail when something very horrific is happening in front of you. But
That
yes,
is, um, I don't know what's happening in this madhouse, the captain, but I saw where the spectacles led, or at least where they um came, or where they went to right after they flew off.
Slam! In the
Yes.
distance, you see a bit on the side of the house, Lord Cosgrove stomping out of the house. The nerve of that man!
I grab James's hand and I
It's ano,
hide.
it's far from where you guys are. Kumbaga,
Oh,
if you're on the side of the house, that's from the front of the house. Yeah.
oh,
That
Continue.
that man knows something, doesn't he? I mean, he gave you the notes.
um, yes, and there's Lord Cosgrove stomping off. I
Is he dangerous? You seem to know him best.
he has an axe to grind with me. But secrets on secrets from this soiree. Um,
James! You hear and you look up, and at the balcony, you see the spinsters. There you are, James! The two are looking and waving, and the two look at each other. Is that Janitra with you?
have they seen us? Like seen us?
You don't think so? It's kind of hard to see because there's no light source. Are you
It's
lying on Janitra's lap?
Oh Jesus
You look
Christ!
at you look at the dead body.
I, ha- um, I,
we
I,
should
I,
probably go to Lord Cosgrove, shouldn't we?
I just go quiet and, I tried to pull James and lay as flat as possible against the wall of the balcony and try to scoot
Wait, you're
away.
not at the balcony. You're by the tree, remember?
Yeah. Wait. So the tree is not close to the wall of the balcony?
The trees are lining the path, remember? There's
Yes.
the path
So
and
it's like so I'm like kasi I would imagine so this is a path, and then these are the trees, and then this is the
and
wall that
the
that
balcony
leads
is like
up, and then
further
the
at the end
balcony.
of the path. Yeah.
Oh shoot.
So
Okay.
so all they could see is from the shadowy night. There's a bunch of trees, and then they think they see someone lying on someone's lap, and they heard James's voice.
Fuck.
Wait there, we'll come join you.
I will distract them. I will
I think
distract
we
them
have to
best I
go.
can. I
Not
move
with
the
a dead
body
body.
off. I move the body and I walk. No need, no need. I'll come to you.
You step out of the tree line. There
I
you
make
are,
sure I'm.
James.
How bloody am I? Just to make sure.
Yeah.
Since I was
You're glad.
further away.
What was your clothes? What are you wearing?
Let me quickly reread on what James
To,
is
to the
typing.
very least, to the very least, would you be in white?
What is
If
the
not,
bare
then
minimum?
then it's probably blues or browns. So it's not
Okay,
probably visible until you're in the light.
okay, it will probably be a blue.
There
And
you are, James. We were wondering where you were. We were
yes, I
thinking
just.
you and Janitra had gone off to have a little bit of fun.
Why would you think that? We just needed a breath of fresh air.
Hannah, he's right. We shouldn't be thinking that. Oh, you know me. Me and my imagination. I could just think of all the things to do in the cold. Hannah, enough. Amelia
So
looks
what?
at you. Are you
So
joining
what
us
brings?
upstairs, James?
Oh god.
I'm still. It's quite. How should I? It's quite crowded in there, and it feels like I'm suffocating a bit. So I'd rather much stay out here for the moment.
You just missed an amazing thing. It was positively magnetic. Oh, that's a nice word. That is the word. Everyone just felt drawn to each other. In jewelry and buttons.
Spectacles.
Amelia looks at you. It's almost as if the passion you two have was so strong we felt it inside. Oh, I like that. I like that. You should be a poet. Oh, I'm not a poet.
Mm.
So what brings you two out here, actually, if you don't mind me asking?
They're still at the balcony. Well, we sort of realized that we've overstepped, and we wanted to apologize for assuming you and um you and Miss Chatterjee were more than just close acquaintances.
Apology accepted. Then I will relay it to her. But right now she is
His
currently. You saw what happened inside. Quite. It was quite the debacle. So she needs
the
some
two look at
space
each
there.
other. Amelia looks at you, really concerned. We can talk to her if that will help. And then Hannah looks at Amelia. No, they're busy.
God.
Oh, 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 oh. Well, we could help her get dressed. No! We'll go back inside, James. We'll let the two of you rest.
That would be much appreciated.
You hear Hannah? Just remember, the loops and the knots should go under, not... Amelia starts dragging her. Leave them be, leave them be.
Loops. Alam mo yung I go back to Janitra, but internally like the loops and the knots go okay.
you know.
I apologize to the two spinsters. May have gotten um something out of my words. And now and
Janitra
then they're
does
not.
not answer. As you're seeing that and talking, you realize she's totally silent. And as you get close enough to see her from the shadow of the tree, you see her staring away from you, not speaking. 10 seconds earlier, James! As the voices were yelling at each other and James was talking to the two spinsters, Janitra, you, Cosgrove's gone silent. As you look up to see where Lord Cosgrove is, you see him standing. And then you see him slowly turn to face the house. His legs do not move as he turns to face the house. Then you see him rising up the ground, struggling, shaking. You think you hear James's voice this moment, but your eyes are still focused on Cosgrove, who is now practically 2 feet off the ground, trembling just like Orville was earlier. What do you do, Janitra?
I tried. I think I hear James's voice. I
Yeah.
tried to like. Shucks, James, where are you? Where are you? You know, I'm trying to grab his attention so that he can also see what I'm seeing.
Your hand lands on his hand, and as you turn and you're now looking into James's eyes, who looks concerned, what do you do?
I yank him in the same spot where I am and have him look at what I'm seeing.
And as you look, James, you see the same sight. Lord Cosgrove, similar to Orville, trembling, shaking,
Oh
choking.
fuck.
What do you two do?
Uh, we need to help him. We need to help him. We need to help him. I rush towards
You
that
leave
direction.
Janitra and run for Cosgrove?
I hold her by the.
Yeah, you
Hand
can-
clasps to arm. If this is a Korean drama, close up of that hand grasp, reaction of girl, and then run.
Yeah, pretty much.
And as the two of you traverse the distance, making your way to the front of the house, we cut back to inside. We have a gasp from Marina. She saw this figure who was directly behind her just a split second ago. But now that you're fully standing, there's no one there. Reverend, you heard the gasp. The king heard the gasp as well and looked up. Miss Garrick, how long have you been there?
Terribly sorry. I have to go. If you'll excuse me.
Upstairs, downstairs?
Upstairs.
You stomp upstairs, looking around wildly as you head up to see if the guy is somewhere there, because he just disappeared in the blink of an eye. And as you vanish in the upper part of the stairs, Reverend, you see Marina's motions. Her body motion definitely shows there's something going on
Yeah.
that she's terrified about.
It slowly turns to King. You do not see the devil's work happening here. If you care about the people here and whoever it is you plan to live with for the rest of your life, you will cancel this soiree. You will let people come home quietly.
He mutters a name. I will have you roll listen if you caught the name.
Okay.
But while you're rolling, I'll continue the scene, because after he mutters that name, he turns to you. Reverend, because it is what is best for you and your flock, I hope that you and all the others who had seen will stay here in this room and not speak a word of it to anyone else. I shall return. Miss Garrick! He starts heading up the stairs. Marina!
Please let me pass. Finally! Okay, I passed. A 32 out of 50.
You heard him mutter, Duman. The name is unfamiliar to you. You have never heard this name before.
Daman? You mean
There, I
demon?
sent it in the chat.
Okay, that was
And
demon.
then he headed up the stairs.
Sorry, my brain was like
But
demon. Okay.
yeah, but it's definitely a name he muttered. So as he heads up the stairs, do you head back to check on the others outside, or do you follow them?
Ooh, I will actually check on. Um, I will check on Marina. She gasps.
You rush up the steps as well, following King and Marina. And as you're rushing up the steps, Marina, you're a few feet away ahead of them. You're back in the hallway, and in the hallway, there's that weird feeling again in the air. Where do you go from the hallway?
Is this a typical manor?
Pretty much so far. Nothing out of the ordinary about its built.
First idea is to find a weapon. Where would she go in a manor?
If you're just looking for anything to use as a weapon, then there's of course the candelabras, the jars, and the like. But since you're also possibly skilled in weapons,
Gun.
if it's sabers and the like, that would normally be above the fireplace.
Yeah.
If it's guns and the like, you can look for the study. He would probably have it in a box somewhere.
Or the hunting
I-
room. Oh.
I look
Yeah.
for the study. That makes perfect sense.
So you stomp down the hallway looking for your way around this place. I'll allow you to use either navigate, excuse me, navigate or what would be another good possible role? Maybe even gaming. Sort of like you'd figure out where the game room would be or the hunting room.
Wow, those are the same for me. So I'll just roll. I fail.
You can't seem to find the room you're looking for, but behind you, you hear King. Miss Garrick, please, Marina. You go through another door, and as you open the door, you step through. It seems to be some sort of library. Looking around the library, you don't see any hanging weapons and the like. So as you're about to
Roar.
turn to exit, King meets you at the front. Do you close the door at him? Or do you
No.
confront him?
I check for a weapon on him.
On him? So as he confronts you, you start feeling his body. Miss Garrick, what are you looking for? And at that time, the Reverend catches up behind him.
He goes, Marina, are you alright? Char. Imagine
Sorry,
running.
there was a little disappointment.
Kinakapa mo.
Kapa mo. Ay,
What is happening?
what did you
This-
what did you see, Marina? Tell me what you saw.
Man on the balcony, and then he was behind me at the staircase, and there was yelling with Lord Cosgrove. Is there a weapon?
Searching his body. Yes, you find he has a pistol and he has his sword, which he carries ceremonially.
Grab pistol and aim.
As you're grabbing for the pistol, King, of course, what are you doing? He struggles against you. You can both roll strength to see
I
who
would
will
like
get the sleight of hand.
Wag na, strength na lang.
Okay. While that's happening, then Mother, please roll sanity.
What? No!
Way to push
My
this.
God.
Bakit ako? Shit.
You can push. Just know that if you push and fail, you probably
you
open
cannot,
fire.
No, you cannot push on a. What I remember, sanity. You cannot push on a sanity roll.
No, not your roll. Yung kay Lance.
Okay.
To get the gun. She was wondering if she can push.
Failed.
1d6 please, then Mother.
Tangina.
And Lance, do you accept the failure?
Yes, I will accept the failure.
He pulls the gun from your hands. What is wrong with you, woman? What are you
Please.
trying to do?
Please, I would just like to leave in peace.
You all hear that sound again in the background that seems to be buzzing. And it's that moment, Reverend Jennings, as you look past the two. At the end of the corridor, you see the man with the powdered wig and the black jacket. Its back turned towards the three of you.
Wait, which side is this?
There's no slide.
Oh, what?
It's worse to visualize and imagine. Black
Mm.
French military jacket.
Okay.
You know those military jackets, and then powdered wig. Imagine the man wearing that, but he's facing the wall, so his back is turned towards the three of you. He wasn't there earlier when you were running down this corridor, but now he's just standing there facing the wall.
Shoot it!
Marina, you look up after trying to get the gun, and you see the Reverend staring past the two of you.
Oh,
Do you look?
shit.
Do you look?
I look.
You turn to look behind you. You see the end of the corridor. You look back at the Reverend. But then you could see the Reverend's face is in utter terror. You've lost 4 sanity points.
Yep, that's 5 total.
You are starting to get very, very afraid. You're still in control. While you're at the brink. So how do you react?
I believe that faith grants you the strength to pass through adversity.
You
I,
pull out your cross
Sorry.
and confront it.
I immediately, like, my brain right now, in its, like, manic state, is like, domain, demon. It's like, basically, what Billy confirmed to me is that this is a demon walking among us. I walk towards it, and I say, give me your name, demon. Give me your
You walk
name.
past the two.
Yep.
And you're muttering, give me your name, demon. Give me your name. The thing is not responding in any way to your words. It is still just standing there with each step you make towards it.
I'll make it
As
dramatic.
you-
I just demand the name, like, and then, like, in the last part, like, Exorcist style, like, imagine, I'm just imagining Renee John Page just saying this. Like, he's going
Yes.
paladin in Dungeons and Dragons here in this one. Anyways.
with full
Conviction.
iron cross pulled out for
Yes.
say, tell me your name, and as you hold out your cross that's chained around your neck, it suddenly flies out of your hands and it's suddenly flung backwards, the chain almost choking you.
Uh-huh.
Marina, you're seeing the priest confronting the end of the corridor. There's no one there. But as the priest confronts it louder and louder, he finally pulls out the cross. Tell me your name! I demand you! It flies back, and you could see the chain pulling back towards the start of the corridor.
Help! Help
What
me!
do you do, Marina?
Help!
I look at Billy like, Billy, do something.
Billy, do! As you turn to Billy King, he has run off away from the two of you. He is running down the corridor towards the stairwell. And as you turn back to Father, you felt the choke, but then you realize it's not that strong. You're able to grab the chain and pull it. It lets loose. It doesn't, no struggle. But when you release, it snaps back.
Where's
I
the
tried
where's
the
it
father, like, grab it from his neck.
You grab it. It's effortless. You effortlessly lift it over his head. But then as you're holding the chain, it's constantly flying towards the start of the corridor. The corridor where the soiree is happening.
Is
You'd
I would
the
like
like to
to?
scream
is
at
the
this
demon
point.
is the demon still there?
You glance back at the corridor, yes. But now it's a foot closer towards the two of you.
I
It
immediately
never turned around to walk, but if it was back against, now it's
Jesus. I immediately like
Father!
I grab onto Marina like in the most gentlest giving the most despite the manic look in the eyes. He's trying to keep a calm expression. He says, "The Lord will not forsake us. Believe in the Lord."
God, do we run?
And he goes, "We must exorcise the demons." He's gonna.
I can't exorcise a demon!
Do you have faith, child? Do you have
No, I
faith?
skipped your last sermon! I was lying!
And as Marina comes to this confession, Jennings, I presume you're still staring at the demon, even if its back is turned at you. Is that right?
Yes.
You're still staring at the demon.
Yep.
Marina, are you trying to consider running off? Or are you also facing the demon with Jennings' side?
The demon, right?
Sorry? You don't see anything.
I don't see
You
it.
just saw,
So
you only see the chain.
I'm holding onto the chain, waiting for Father's instruction. I don't know.
So you're facing the opposite way.
Yeah.
I'm trying to check.
You're facing the opposite way where the chain is pointing, and as you look up, you see the wig and the man facing the wall at the end of that corridor where the chain is
Gosh.
pointing.
Do we have?
And I'll
The
leave you two for now
Oh
to
my
consider
god.
your next moves.
Oh
As I
god,
cut
it's
to outside,
Oh my god.
the two of you run down the park, and as you hurry to the front of the house, the man is floating mid-air, seeing the sounds of choking. What do you two do?
Stress.
We
I
do not
can't
have
believe
father with
I'm
us.
saying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What was that,
I know.
Nico?
It was an I can't. We don't have father with us.
Um, I I don't know why I'm doing this, but I go, Cosgrove, hang on, we're almost there, and we run, we just run pell mell towards him.
You are there already. So what do you do?
Oh gosh, is he within? Yeah, I would pull him down to the ground with you.
The two of you start jumping, trying to grab his legs to pull him down. I do believe we have a skill for that.
Oh my god!
Oh
It,
my goodness!
Roll
Oh,
jump.
good heavens! I totally forgot that that was a thing.
yun
All
nga
right, hold
eh.
on. Good heavens!
Such a rare time we get to use that darn skill in this game.
I succeeded.
Awesome.
James
Hold on.
leaps and grabs hold of one of the legs.
My god!
Ah, shoot! I fail.
Janitra, you
Down
leap
here,
and
Cosgrove.
you fail to hold on to the foot, and as you're falling, someone catches you. You look to your side to see the person who caught you, and you see slide number 2. The man in the scraggly clothes looks at you and mutters, I got you. I got you. You're safe.
Aw.
And as he holds you, you realize how much he stinks, how horrible he smells. Do you let him hold on to you? Do you shove him out? Do you ask him to help? What?
I internally wins, but I say thank you. Just help us with this.
There's no helping the dead, he tells you. And to your horror, him still carrying you, he starts moving away from James and the body. He
What?
starts carrying you away. Do you
Wait.
do you start screaming?
I said, James, over here.
Cutting back to James, you're hanging on, the body's not being pulled down whatsoever, but then you hear panic, and as you glance down, you see Janitra being carried off by the burly man you all saw briefly in the story.
How high am I?
Just 2 feet off the ground.
Okay.
It's a
I
safe
let
drop.
go.
As you let go, you fall. What about the body? The one floating above you, who is now making wet sounds.
Internally, as the man said, there's no helping the dead. I go to um I go to Janitra. I run to How far are they by now?
A few feet. They just started walking away. You still can easily catch up.
I
Sir,
um
let her go.
I yeah, exactly, Denma. um I reckon that as he's carrying me, it's like, why are you helping us? Why are you helping us? What's going on?
It's the heirloom. You have to. You have to destroy the heirloom. That's the only way to survive what's happening here.
Er,
He still continues carrying you
Where
toward
are you bringing her, sir?
the bushes. You chase after him,
Uh-oh. I
and as
will.
you chase after him, he suddenly turns to face you, still holding Janitra, and he mutters, "Do you serve him? Are you working for him? Speak!
Who? For who?
who? What heirloom
Are
and
you working?
who?
Are you working for Billy King and his glove woman?"
His
Um,
glove woman?
You see him look
honestly,
past you
no.
towards the sky, towards the body pala. You
No,
glance as well?
we were
I look.
Janet, continue.
yeah, look, um sir, whoever you are, we are not associated with Captain Billy King. We're simply guests. We were just invited to this soiree, that's all. But and now people are dying and squelching left and right, and who are you?
My name's Gideon Crow, and I've just broken free from the asylum. Cutting to you, James. As you look up to where he was looking, you see the body that's hovering midair, and then you see the burst of blood as the head explodes. But
Oh,
then, with
okay.
the head spray past it, you see the third floor window in the front of the house.
There it
You
is
see the
again.
woman with one gloved hand. She seems to be holding some sort of thing in her hand that's too small for you to make out in the distance. But then, as she brings that thing down, the body hits the ground, and then she closes the window. I just
First,
escaped from the asylum, he tells you, Janitra. And while there, I heard a fantastic, impossible story. One now that I know to be true. Your friend, Billy King, is a danger to us all. More so with his heirloom.
I'm sorry, we just witnessed a man's head explode. What's happening now?
Mood.
He looks at you.
That
I'm getting you both to
Oh
safety.
my god. And these are your
And
mood.
as he
that's
grabs you, James, he starts dragging you with him while carrying Janitra away from the house.
Mr. Crow, just a second, please. That the gentleman who just lost his head, he said something like that Billy King is not who he says he is. That he is no captain. Is Are you connected with any of this? Do you?
I'm doing only what I have to do. I promised James Matthews that I will try to stop him. But it's too late for James now. The poor man took his own life when no one would believe him.
Oh God!
That was why he was thrown into the asylum where I was. Billy
Well, why
King
me?
made him believe he was mad.
Good heavens!
Dear.
What? Why me? Why me? Why cart me
He
off, not any other girl?
looks at you. The first one I tried to warn ignored me. Now go. James, he drags you forward. Well, I mean, drag na push forward. So you're now suddenly a yard or two ahead of them. And then he pushes Janitra to you. Leave. Live. Forget this night ever happened.
And
I'll
the rest
deal
of the
with
people?
King. They're already dead. He turns to face back the house and starts making his way towards the house.
Marina, no.
We have to help them.
I
The Homptons are also in there.
We
Sexy
can still help
priest.
them, can't we?
Smexy priest is still in there.
God damn it! Yes, we must. It's just oh stupid me.
Oh
I
my
make
God.
sure that Gideon is not in the area anymore, and I take your hand and run back to the manor.
Oh my God. Ah.
And as you run back, I presume what? The soiree entrance, the balcony side? Because he's walking straight for the entrance, the front side.
Yeah, balcony side.
You two make
Caberna
that
if we
wider.
Caberna if we run into the gossips. So
You make the wider angle run as you make your way there. We cut back to inside. Priest staring edge of corridor, empty-handed. Name yourself, demon! And he sees you. You can see the figure is now 1 yard closer again. Still back turned towards you. Never turned to walk, but somehow in that eye blink, he's now 1 yard closer to you.
Whoa.
Beside you, facing the opposite way, Marina, holding onto your crucifix that is still pulling towards the soiree room. Marina, on the end of your side of the corridor, figure is standing with the back facing the wall. But again, as you blink, it's a yard closer. Sorry, we can't hear you.
Nakamute ka, Lance. Nakamute ka.
I turn to the father and I say, "What do we do?"
We fight the demons. We protect the flock. If you do not have the faith, go tell the others to leave. Make sure everyone leaves the home. It is not safe. The devil treads here. Go to the soiree.
1 more yard closer, both sides.
Go to the soiree. Head to the others. Tell them they are not safe. The devil walks among us. They will die if they stay here. They will be possessed by the demon. I dramatically Smexy priest grabs onto the shoulder and then pushes her.
You sexy priest turns to grab your shoulders, but then you realize sexy priest is about to push you towards where the demon is.
Soiree,
Wait, no,
no soiree. Where's the soiree? Where's the soiree?
Exactly. That's where she sees the demon.
Oh, okay.
So, corridor. You guys are here. Staircase is here. End of corridor. You see the demon here,
Oh,
and every now
oh
and
my
then it's
God.
closer. Lance sees the demon here, and this is where the story is. And every now and then she sees the demon closer.
Yeah, I'm not aware of
The
the
sexy
demon on
priest
the.
grabs you and starts pushing. No, 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 no!
I cling on. No, it's right. What's wrong with you?
Go to the soiree. The demon's right there. Points
No,
to
it's,
when.
it's right.
That's when you
there.
both
What are you
realize
talking
from your. It's right! It's both sides, but you both see only in one side.
Is there a different? So we're caught in the middle.
Unless you go through the staircase. Up or down. That's your
I
choice.
grab onto Marina's hand, give it a squeeze, and run upstairs.
Oh,
And as the two of you break into a run for upstairs, I just need to know, Marina, are you still holding the crucifix or does it fly from your hand?
holding on to it. Like,
Okay. You run up the stairs, correct?
Yes.
yep.
And as you run upstairs, we cut real quick to Janitra and James. The two of you are moving past the orange tree where the blood is. And as you're hurrying up the steps, I'm sorry, are you both okay? You're both camera off. I'm not sure if you were ready.
Are
Uh-oh, you're both muted also if you're talking.
I think they went weird.
oh sorry. Go on, please.
James, are you okay to play or BRB?
Hmm.
Okay, parang wala pa siya. So let's I'll continue muna with the other group. So Lance and then Mother as Marina and Jennings hurries up the steps. There is a very notable transition upon reaching the third landing. Quiet. No sounds of the soiree. Dark. There's very little light sources that are currently present and quiet.
Feel around for a
Carp-
candelabra of some sort. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
you approach the closest table, you get the candelabra. Opening the shelf, you find the matches, and you start lighting the candle. Looking around you both, it is quite quiet. Even the sounds of the soiree below are muffled up here. While Lance is lighting candles, what are you doing, then, Mother?
I remember
What is Jennings
the
doing?
the third floor is where the smoking woman was, right?
Yep.
Would I know the general direction of where the entrance is from peeking out to some windows?
Mapping in your mind the stairwell in the relation to the rooms, you have a general direction in mind. With the candles now lit, this way.
I would like to go to the room where I saw the woman smoking in the
You
windowsill.
start leading the way.
I of course extend my hand behind me, letting Marina like take it if she wishes. But I'm a determined man right now, ready to take down a demon. This is my calling. My faith leads me here.
Other doors? Are there other doors on the
There are
way there?
lots. There are lots. Kumbaga, on this landing, you have a long corridor. There's probably rooms on left and right side, and then at the end of the corridor, it continues to the left.
I actually no, I'm not gonna follow the priest immediately. I try all the doors. I'm looking for a weapon.
You try the closest door.
Yeah.
Trying the closest door, it opens. It's a bedroom. And
Does
as you
it look
peer into the bedroom, um, you see it's simply a bedroom. Nothing out of the ordinary. It hasn't been used from the looks of it.
Yes, I'll continue following the priest slowish as I'm checking doors.
Approaching the next door. You're reaching for it when, Father, you realize this would be directly above your room. Checks the doorknob and it opens. It's another bedroom. This one is a bit more feminine in its decorations. There's even a dresser with a full-length mirror in the one side of the room, but doesn't look like it's occupied either.
I want to check the window seal. Which one has the burnt, like any burnt cigar or anything? Burnt.
This would not be the window of where she was. So you
Yeah.
continue.
Yes.
You move down to the end of the corridor, and now you have the further hallway, which leads to more doors. This one's closer to where you believe it should be, Jennings. It's this moment you could hear a shuddering sound. Think of metal pipes that start vibrating. That sort of shuddering. And when the two of you look for the source, you realize there are pipes that seem to be coursing through the sides of the floor, through the room.
Pipes. That doesn't look very demonic to me.
The pipes are connected to the room.
They're moving through the room. So you don't know where they start or where they end, but you see the pipes close to the floor.
We going?
There was a woman at the door, at the window, when I first arrived to bless the home. I was made to think that it was in my imagination. I will check if the demon woman is there.
You point to the room where you know she was in at that time. The two of you make your way there, following. The pipes are along the way. You skip the room before that one. You get to the middle room, and as you open it, You could still smell the cigarette smoke caught in the stale confines of the room. You could see the bed is used. You could see there are clothes hanging on the cabinet. And as you approach the windowsill, you see the burnt as expected. But then you look out the window and you see a new dead body. The two of you are staring at the body on the ground, which is in the front of the house. Burst head as well, fallen from a great height.
Who?
It's Lord Cosgrave.
Oh my goodness.
Both of you roll sanity, but
Yep.
you've just seen now you're now both aware of Cosgrave's death in the front of the house.
Yep.
We cut to the side of the house, Janitra and James. A fail is 1d6.
Okay.
Succeed is sorry. A fail is 1. A succeed is 0.
A succeed is
Okay.
0.
Oh.
Whew. Okay.
Yeah. Janitra and James. Long route through the orange tree area. As you head up the steps, you see the two spinsters in the balcony. They're hugging each other. They scream and squeal when they hear the two of you going up the steps and turn to look at you. Oh, good heavens! It's James! And then they both rush to you. James! They hug you, hugging you, terrified, looking for comfort.
What? Sorry, what's going on?
James! Something's happened inside! Hannah looks at you and hugs you and buries her face in the hollow of your throat. Amelia looks at you and then looks at Janita. It's the people! Something's happened to everyone inside in the soiree! And then she buries her face into your shoulder.
I look at Janitra. Help. Please.
Jeanette, your camera's dancing. Hala, the magnetics. Oh, there it's gone. The magnetics are in the real world. Yeah.
Wait. Sorry. Okay. I apologize. I vanished for a spell. Where are we right
So
now?
the two of you are now at the soiree balcony. You are about to head in when you found two spinsters hugging each other in terror. Upon seeing the
Okay.
two of you, they both ran to James to hug him for comfort.
Okay.
Talking about something's happened to the people inside.
Ladies, I unfortunately have no time to explain, but for both your safeties, please go leave this place. This is not safe for anyone. Eh, We have to warn the others. But for now,
But
please, go now, please. I beg you.
but what about everyone else? What about What about Lord Wadsworth? He's still in there. What about Harriet? I never liked Harriet, but that's not the point. She might die.
Yes, and you will too if you don't leave. We will warn the rest. Now go, please.
Oh, James. James, will you take us to safety? Yes, please, James. Don't leave us. I'm scared. You smell so good.
I will need James's help to disseminate information. So
Ladies,
please
please.
go.
The two look at you, then look at James. Parang, James, your decision.
I'm helping. I'm helping Lady Janitra. So please, let me go and please be on your way.
Sides hitting you on the shoulder. You are married to her. You did hide your marriage. You kept us from attending. And then you all hear a crash and you all hear a crash in the story, and the two women look startled again and they hurry down the steps to flee, terrified.
All right, what is happening inside?
We might as well
Occasionally,
warn you. Mhm.
occasionally you hear the musicians. It's like they're playing but not following a beat or not in sync. Occasionally you hear clinks of glass, of laughter. But it all sounds very wrong timed. Like you hear laughter, but you don't hear any accompanying laughter. And then you hear suddenly bursts of laughter, but nothing seemed to have initiated it. Do you step in or do you peer through the window or
Um, for safety's sake, I peer through the window.
both
I
of you
follow.
peer through and what you see cannot seem to be real? There are members in the room who are just sitting, enjoying their drinks or their tea. There are members in the room who seem to be dancing. There are members in the room who are talking and laughing. But as you observe, you start to realize how it's all wrong. The people with their drinks are holding the drinks and then bringing it to their faces and then bringing it down as if they've drunk. But their expressions the whole time are as if they're not in control of their bodies as they splatter the drinks onto their face and drench their clothes. The people who are dancing are in terrified, horrified expressions, looking at each other as if they are unable to control their bodies that are spinning and dancing and moving and following the steps. And then the people who are in conversation, their eyes are wild, looking at each other in utter terror as their bodies suddenly move and they cannot seem to control themselves. Tears welling from their eyes. All of them puppets to something none of you can see. Even the musicians now, you see, playing their instruments without any control, without any sense of the music they're making. There is electricity in the air. You both feel strange being this close.
I
What do you
take a
do?
step back. I take a step back and I hold James's hand. I don't think. I think we might be too late. But should we try another way?
I think
Go
that sounds.
go inside the house another way?
We can head back through the front door. By this time, Gideon Sir Crow should be deep within. But just to make sure, based on what I heard, based on what we witnessed, at least with the corpse of, I can't remember that man's name, Sir Orville. Let's take off any metals, the terms magnetic and such, thrown around. Maybe that has something to do with it.
Agreed.
Does that mean you're removing your corset?
Oh,
I might as well.
With James's help?
Actually no, because corsets are designed to be easy to open from the front. So yeah.
But not while you're wearing clothes, right?
Oh my god, you're right. Oh god. Uh,
I'm gonna pat myself. I'm gonna pat myself down over here.
James, you
I
move to
turn
the other
over.
side to give her some privacy, and as you turn, you see the man.
Oh fuck!
The, the
ah,
wig, the jacket.
oh
Let's call
god.
him the middleman for now. You see the middleman. He's standing at the entrance to the stairwell leading down to the ground level. His back is turned towards you.
Fuck. Um,
Glancing at Janitra, you see she's currently working on her clothes. She has not noticed the middleman.
do I have on my person? Nothing of note. Um, I let's say I don't know what he is. I've only seen him once before. Good, good day, sir. Or good. Yes. Sorry. Correction. Sir, you should leave while you can. I say.
Janitra, you're a bit surprised. There's someone in the room, but you're focused on the bindings. As you say that, James, the man does not respond. Glancing at Janitra, she's still working on her clothes, but as you look forward, the man is now a yard away from the staircase, a yard closer to you.
That was so fast. I take a few steps back. Sir, I said away, not towards the house. There's something happening that logic cannot explain.
You hear cloth, you hear string drawn through the loops, and then you hear something fall to the ground, and you hear Janitra gasp because as you let go of the corset, it hits the ground and it slides to the door leading to the soiree.
Seeing this, I double time wearing my clothes again. So
Getting your clothes back on, James, as you look back up, the guy is now 3 yards away from the staircase and now 2 yards away from you. He has not turned at any point in time.
2 yards away from James.
So he's now 6 feet away from James.
Lady Janitra, I say while still keeping my focus on the guy. We need to leave now. Oh, sorry. You go
does
ahead.
Janit go ahead? James, you know I can't do this without you. Does she
You're
see
finished.
the man?
You're finished with your clothes. You pull them all through, and as you look up, you see no one in the balcony. Just James staring at the stairwell for some reason intently.
Good heavens. James, let's go. And I take his hand and yank, and
Toward.
yeah, towards the main door, the front of the house.
So the staircase. You yank
Oh,
towards the middleman.
I
And as you do this, James, you realize Marina's starting to. Janita's dragging you towards the middleman. What do?
I stand firm.
You
And
keep her
say,
from moving.
yeah, I keep her from moving and say, there's something here. There's someone here in front of me right now. Every time I look away, he gets closer. Cannot
But the
move my gaze.
and right now, Janitra's also in front of you. Because it's now you, Janitra, then the
Oh,
middleman.
fuck. I look past Janitra.
You're focusing on the middleman. Janitra's facing the middleman's direction, but then looks at you confused because you don't see anything, Jeanette.
can't we just sidestep whoever that is? I don't see anything, James.
I'd rather not know what's in front of him or what his face looks like. As the priest said, the devil is there are demons here, and I think this is.
And the middleman's arm begins to move as it begins to rise from his side, as if to reach
I-
for something.
With two-story jump, right?
Second story. So one story up.
Janitra, I'm sorry as I, with my barely any I try reckless endangerment of jumping off with Lady
You
Janitra.
pull her with you and you start running to leap off the balcony. And as you run, Janitra, you realize what he's doing.
Wait,
Do you try to stop him?
No, actually, don't. Wait, I'm not ready! But I
And
pretty much get carted off, pulled along.
you're both over the side. You fall. If you fall properly, you will reduce the damage. So please, both of you, you can roll. Lance, what would be best?
Uh,
There's no acrobatics, so I guess what, survival or con checks?
Me?
What was that?
dodge or dexterity?
Yeah, it could be dexterity to roll with the fall and not hurt yourselves. That sounds
Okay.
Or jump?
Pwede rin jump,
Um,
Dexterity.
actually. You jump properly, so
I
you land properly.
I think I'll go with Dex for now because that's the higher value. Hold on.
It guarantees my safety. I will use it,
Okay.
or it betters my
Dex.
safety. Oh, would you look at
Okay.
that? A 100.
Super.
You fumbled
Ah!
Yes.
Oh no!
as
Oh,
you land. You land and roll and um, sadly roll in the wrong direction and smash your head against one of the rocks on the
Oh my
ground.
fuck!
god.
Roll a d10.
Oh
We'll assume that's
no!
how many
Oh my
rounds you're knocked
god!
out for now.
Oh my god!
Roll
Oh my
d10.
god!
Oh my god, I'm gone for 9
Yeah.
So,
rounds.
Janitra, as you both land on the ground, James hits something. Oh god! As you pick up James, you could
Oh
see
no!
his head is
Oh
bleeding and
no!
he's not stirring. Any attempt to shake him does not move him.
Oh no!
What do you do?
Oh my god! Right now, where are we? We're on the grass. I hope.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
good God. I pull him to somewhere safe. Um, I keep his head above his feet just so that he doesn't bleed out. So
And as you
ideally, I
prop him
prop
up,
him. Yeah, prop him up. Mm-mm.
you prop him up against another orange tree. That's now two bodies. You place towards orange trees.
Oh Jesus
And as you
Christ!
as you help him on that orange tree to try to prop him up, you feel the presence. And as you look behind you, you see the middleman already on the ground floor, standing at the stairway area, his back turned towards you. I'll let you
This must.
consider your next moves, Janitra. I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Marina and Jennings.
Ah,
He You see the body,
I'm
you
alive.
feel the frantic
I am alive.
panic of realizing you both just saw that man leave the main hall earlier, and now he's dead outside. What do you
Like
do?
clearly in my head, the Captain King has made a deal with the devil, and whoever crosses him
Ding, ding,
just
ding, 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 ding,
dies.
ding, ding, ding. The pipes shake again. Continue, continue. I'm just adding atmospherics.
Um,
What is that? What are we looking for here? The woman? I start going through drawers.
You see clothes. You see a lot of strange occult writing. Um, you see a lot of technical writing. So it's kind of interesting wondering what this type of woman is. I shall try to post some possible visuals.
That seems to be all the rage these days.
Slide 8 onwards, I shall start posting.
ew.
These are the different
Rights
stuff
of
you will
man.
find
Answer to
in.
Mr. Burke's attack on the French Revolution. Lobster cracking, by which fluids are redirected to the brain and death is instant. The
I'm
fuck?
sorry.
I'm
Oh,
just
Slide 8 and 9 in the Google Slides.
Captain King, First Crescent in London Wall, my dear Captain, asterisk. It has come to my attention that your credentials are fictitious and your naval site is falsified. I have undertaken preliminary investigation into your provenance and found the results most elucidating. As you portray a member of the gentry, I hope your coin is as good as your act, as I shall require remuneration on a monthly basis to prevent the release of this most damning evidence to wider society. If my terms are agreeable, I am happy to discuss this Friday. Oh, I remain your obedient servant, Cosgrove. Okay, so there's blackmail. Okay. Alright.
So yeah,
My urge right
what do
now,
you?
as the Reverend, with a slight madness to me, is just to burn this house down. There's this urge right now. It's a damning urge.
There. So I shared all the visuals that you could find from the room that were of interest.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Gosh.
Please.
It it was what Orville tried to confess to me that this king is not a king. No, it is not a captain. Words and whisperings. But that does not matter. My flock needs to be safe. Many are falling like flies.
Well,
Clearly, this king is at wit's end and has made a deal with the devil to try to keep those that try to threaten his peace to be murdered by the devil. If we must be able to get rid of the devil, but I do not know if we do it by force, wish to burn this house down, but perhaps such hostilities will get us killed. Hey, title.
Footfalls. You start to hear footfalls closing in.
From outside the door.
From outside the room. Because you're both in the room right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
I duck to the floor. Like, I put the candelabra down and I duck to the floor.
Behind the bed.
Yep.
And you, Jennings?
I will stand my ground as a man of faith to face whatever this demon comes through the door.
You stand in front of the door ready, anticipating whatever threat is there, God will protect you. The danger reveals itself. Slide 2. The burly man in scraggled in ragged clothes comes into view. He slowly turns to look through the doorway at you.
The music's still intense now.
I am Gideon Crow, he mutters. I have escaped from the asylum. What do you do?
Okay. I
Bed have space underneath it.
Yeah, you slide under.
He goes.
Yep. Slowly slide under.
Marina, you slide under the bed. Jennings, you're in view, and the man is addressing you. What do you say?
Gideon, like Gideon Crow. Are you with the captain? Captain King.
Captain will die. All of you will die. I have come to kill all of you. He starts walking into the room towards you.
Okay.
Please
I
roll
see the-
spot hidden.
Okay.
Can I roll even though
You-
I'm under?
No. You can roll
That's fine.
psychology, however.
I would like to, as I see the footsteps going in, I slide to the other opposite side. Like, nope.
I will, since my spot hidden is shit. Talking mushrooms. 38. I only have 25 per spot hidden. I will use 13 points of my 35 to make it even, to pass.
You spot the thing that was not noticeable at first until he walked closer and the candelabra lights, which are low, were still present enough to illuminate. You didn't kill the candles, right? His eyes are in utter terror. His eyes are wide, they're looking wildly around. He's looking at you, he's blinking as many times as he can. But then his body and his mouth and his stance is still calm as he says, I have come to kill you. I will kill you. I have come to kill all of you. He reaches his hands out to reach for your throat. But his eyes are still blinking, looking around wild and frantically.
Okay. I have blah 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 blah. Blah. God, my Mexican man is not a fighter. He's a lover. I mean, is there a way for me to use religion or something to like know that if this is actually a demon possession or it's something more.
Well, it still does look like he's been possessed. Beyond if it's something else that's sort of beyond you. But you may, I guess, because you're not someone who really believes in the occult as much.
No,
You're more the religious faith.
yeah, as I'm leaning into it, I have a religion role. I,
Is there cutlery in the room?
Mm, you did not notice earlier. You could try to check in the nearest table. You sneak there
Okay, so he enters the room. I'm underneath the bed. I'm hoping to get to the other side quickly.
to go past him.
Yeah. But I am willing to risk checking for cutlery, like if I'm already on the other side.
If you're going to look for possibly other things of use, then I'll require a stealth roll. If you just use the candelabra you currently have in your hands, then
I left the candelabra near the
oh, okay. I
father.
thought you left the candles and brought the candelabra. Okay, that's okay. Then do a stealth roll to try to find something useful and grab it before he notices you. And while you're doing that roll, Mars, I'm afraid we have to roll contested strength.
Alright, yeah. Okay, here we go. Let's hope for the best. That's all we can hope for. 100. Okay, I passed. 42 out of 50.
Sadly, while you've kept him from choking you to death, he has a better success than you.
Yeah.
So he still grabs hold of you and picks you off the ground. You're not choking yet, but if he keeps you off the ground long enough, you'll start choking. So you better think of a way to break yourself free soon. He picks you up with both hands and lifts you.
He's not a fighter. Oh shit. My Discord crashed. Hold on.
There.
My Discord crashed. Sorry, my bad.
That's okay.
Oh,
Um,
you okay?
so you're
I'm back.
you're currently grappled and soon you'll be choked. So hopefully you'll find a way to help yourself before it's too late. Lance, how was your roll?
I failed, but I would like to use 9 points to succeed.
You peer out, and as you peer out, you see a few more candelabras, but then you see something that looks better. It's a small statue that seems to be carved from stone, but it basically shows the image of some woman hugging herself. But marble statues, those are pretty strong.
How big is it?
Almost your forearm in length.
Perfect. I grab it and I whack the man behind his knees.
Swinging, hoping that it will be enough to bring him down. Roll your strike.
Is this fist?
Brawl.
I guess it's like
It's a
using a
brawl.
club.
Or melee.
A club.
So you-
Club.
Yeah,
Maybe.
there's the club roll.
Ah, shit! So close! So close! Wait!
One point, I believe.
I
Maybe.
just need 14 points. Why not?
Luck's running out.
I use 14 points.
It slams where?
Behind his knees.
As
I
it
want him to
slams
buckle.
behind the knee, roll 1d8 and add your damage bonus.
I don't have a damage bonus.
So just base 1d8.
On D8. 7!
It painfully slams against the back of his knee. You see him drop to one knee, and as he drops to one knee, there's this moment where you also felt the shock of static electricity when you hit him. He grits his teeth and he mutters, "Go run! It's controlling me!
Oh my god.
The heirloom!"
Oh my god. Heirloom. Where can we find? Where can we find it? Where can we find the heirloom? Where can we find it? I
You
demand.
ask that. He looks at you, and as he looks at you, you could see his eyes are teary. His mouth is shaking as he mutters. And he mutters, "South! Then kill you." His eyes look at you. "I will kill you." He tries to stand but then drops again because the knee is bad. You have a
South.
chance to run.
I grab Marina and run
Mhm.
Get
south. I mean,
Look,
at least
keep
out the
to
room
it.
and get down.
You keep the statue.
I'm gonna keep the statue.
Holding the statue, you run. Father Jennings, do you grab the candelabra on the ground?
Yes, because we need light. And I'm gonna actually follow where the pipes are, see if it leads south.
As the two of you run back into the corridors, yes, the pipes are leading south and further, but they are generally leading south as you run to the south. As the two of you are running, please both of you roll sanity.
Oh god.
I just hit him.
I might go cray cray. Please. Let me know.
Succeed. Please don't go
Oh,
cray
succeed!
cray.
I succeed. Oh,
Yes.
you know.
The two of you run on. The middleman does not manifest in front of either of you. However, down below, Janitra and
Yes.
James.
Oh, James is out cold. It's now me
Yep.
and the middleman. Oh god.
Yeah, what do you do?
I run. I run as fast as I can away from the middleman.
Leaving James.
For now, yes.
And you run where? Front of the house, soiree steps, or further around the long way?
Not gonna lie, I think. Wait, if it's but if it's towards the house, that would be running into the middleman, right?
Not if you run around it. You may have to dodge.
Yeah. Hold on. Okay. Thank you. I just had to adjust, you know. Okay. Hold on. Lord, wait. Oh my god, lie. Naku. If you know what? Sige, let's risk it. I will dodge.
You run straight for the middleman, maneuvering around it to get to the staircase of the soiree balcony as quick as you can.
Yep.
And as you're running towards him, still with his back turned towards you, his arm starts to rise, as if he's about to act. Roll dodge.
No. Okay, hold on. Is this the time to spend my reputation points? No. That's not
You can't
reputation.
spend
It's luck,
reputation. You
right?
can spend luck.
Luck. Good lord. You know what? Yes, we will spend 50 points of luck. I dodge.
5-0?
Oh gosh.
The
God
hand
damn.
reaches up. It slides past you, almost touching you. As you slip past it and rush up the steps. And as you rush up the steps, you reach the door to the soiree and you shove it open. Stepping inside, you see the people have formed a strange line, a line that circles and snakes around the room. They are still locked in their actions. Ah! Ah! Or drinking from these empty glasses that they keep raising to their faces. But then at the front of the line, you see they're at this table, and the person who is currently seated grabs a pen. His eyes are looking, wondering what's going on, and then his hand starts writing. And then as he writes, his other hand takes the paper and puts it to the side. You see another man who's there. You realize you recognize the man to be a judge. He grabs and stamps the paper and then puts the paper aside. And then the one who has signed the paper stands up, and as he walks a few feet, he suddenly lifts up, choking, just like what you saw outside. Dies. And the sequence continues. Roll sanity,
So,
Janitra.
good lord, good lord, good lord, good lord. Oh my lord.
The people seem to have been taken over to sign some sort of form to have it ratified by the judge, then die. No, no, sanity. Oh wait, yeah, that's a sanity roll. Did you succeed?
Checking. You know what? By 4 points, I succeed. Barely.
You feel your heart pounding. You can't quite take how this is all happening. You lose only 1 point, but you're still in control. Where do you go?
Um, at this point, I really wish I had enough time to look at what they were signing, but I need to find Marina, I need to find my family, and so I run up the steps.
And as you run for the corridor, running up the steps, wondering if there's anything answers up there, because that's where the woman you all saw was. The camera lingers in the room slightly. We see in the line the next person sit down and sign. Then we see three people after that one. We see the Hamptons.
Oh
No, not the Hamptons.
James,
Mm-hmm.
you open your eyes.
you're
You
alive!
are
Oh my god.
you are in the manor.
Oh
What?
fuck.
And as you look to the left, you see the corridor. You see the well-lit lights, the candles lit on the sides. You see the occasional archway that supports the rooftop. You see the
Mm-hmm.
carpet, and then the chair. The chairs, the doors. You look to the right. You see the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Am I in control of myself?
You stand up, a bit wobbly, nothing broken, a bit bruised. You're standing. You're okay.
Oh god. This is an unfamiliar hallway to me, correct?
You think this is inside the house. But how could the corridor stretch so far? As you're looking down the left corridor, it just keeps going on and on and on till the horizon. But then to the right, it's the same. On and on and on to the horizon. When you were outside the house, the front of the house was what, around 30, 40 meters wide?
Mm-hmm.
You don't recall the house being that long.
I I take a deep breath. I'm sorry. There aren't are there doors? I didn't catch if there
Yes,
were.
there
Okay.
are dozens of doors on both directions.
I turn to the right and check to see if I can open the first door there.
Door opens, you see an elaborate bedroom. In the elaborate bedroom with, I forgot what you call it when you have those wooden things around the bed that
Mm.
allow curtains.
Oh, I know that.
And yeah, anyway, that thing. They conceal the view of what's in the bed, but you could hear the sounds of sex happening behind those curtains.
Close the door. Not in the right place to be.
Have a nice
Closing it.
day.
You look at the next door,
Yep.
opposite side, you go to that door, and as you open it, you're surprised that you're seeing what looks like a sadder, smaller, simpler room.
Mm-hmm.
It's a kitchen of some sort. You could hear something being cooked, something sizzling. You could smell the meat. And then in front of you, you're surprised you see a silhouette. It's the silhouette of someone limping. And as the figure walks further into the room as if he had walked through you, it walks towards the further part of the room, which looks like the kitchen side. That's when you realize there is a second person in the room by the kitchen. A silhouette as well, but cooking. The two silhouettes kiss. And then the silhouette that's limping pulls out what seems to be a sack of something and gives it. The second one takes it and then they embrace.
Oh. I close the door once more, but slower.
Just as it's about to close, the two silhouettes turn to look at you, but you close the door.
I don't like this place. All the doors look the same, from what I can tell.
Yes.
Gonna.
Something has changed. End of the corridor behind you. You see the billman.
Oh fuck. I keep my attention on him. What do you want? Where the hell am I? What is this? But of course, I don't expect a response.
Nope. But your eyes eventually get tired, and when you blink, it's closer again.
Oh god. I open the door to my side
Without looking away.
without looking away, and I go in.
The door opens, and as it opens, you step backwards to get in. As you're inside, behind you, you could hear the sounds of paper. Do you turning to look at what room you've stepped into, or do you focus on the open doorway?
I close the door and then. Actually, no, I'm gonna turn around before I close the door. I'm gonna see where I am.
You turn around and you see it seems to be a hall, reddish brown oaken walls and table. You think it's a judge's room.
I turn back around to the doorway.
You see the hallway, no sign of the middleman yet.
Do I want to go deeper in? Yes, I'm gonna go. It's a judge's room. If I take a peek outside, if he's still there or if he vanished from my sight the moment I went in.
The middleman is now halfway down the distance of the corridor from where he was before. He's closer to you now.
I'm gonna go inside the judge's room and close the door.
The moment the door closes, the silhouette is gone. Instead, you see the judge. The judge looks up at you and mutters, "So you're back, hoping to get the approvals you need, hmm?"
I'm sorry?
Oh, whatever. Show me the papers. Let's get this done with. Slide 4 if you want to see the picture of the judge.
I pat
Come
myself
on,
down.
I do not have all day, Mr. King.
Mr. King.
That
I'm
is
sorry,
your
but-
name, isn't it, Mr. King?
I'm not Billy King, good sir.
Right. You're Captain King. My apologies, Captain.
Do I have anything on my person that would
Look down and you realize you're in military uniform.
shit, I'm in his memories.
And then as you look to the closest reflective surface, you see Billy King's face. So
I
it
do.
says here you owe the creditors a total of £200,000. How do you expect to settle this?
Sorry, I owe how much?
I thought as well. So it seems, Captain, despite your pedigree and your connections to the Royal Navy, we will have to repossess everything you own.
That won't do. I'm sorry. How much do I owe and to who?
Once you can settle the matter, you can come back. Until then, I hope not to hear from you. Next! He slams his fist on the table and you're back in the hallway. And as you turn, middleman's directly in front of you.
Mm. What the hell do you want? I just say, as it
The
seems
hand
like I'm in an
moves.
endless trap.
The hand begins to rise, and somehow, despite him looking away from you, the elbow bends in the wrong way, so it's starting to reach towards you.
I take a step back. Answer me, goddammit. What the hell do you want?
It lunges for you. Roll dodge.
Dodge? Do I get? Where's my dodge? That's a fail.
As it grabs hold of you, we cut away. Wala pa si Denma, no? Di pa nakabalik.
Wala pa.
I'm here,
Okay.
just in case.
Ah, you are? Okay. Wait. So we continue first with Jeanette while waiting for Mars to return. Jeanette, you
Yeah,
run to
I'm
the
here.
staircase. And as you run to
Uh-huh.
the staircase, you run up the steps. Stopping at the upper corridor, you're not sure where to go when you see something shambling on the floor in your general direction. Not for you, but towards you. It's hard to tell because there's not that many lights right now.
I avoid it. I try to hide it if possible.
Do you hide behind furniture and hope it moves past you? Do you run the opposite direction and find a way around? Do you head back downstairs?
I try to find a way around it.
So, stealth roll?
Oh, okay, hold on, just a second. Hmm. Gosh, hold on. Good lord, all her social skills are useless here. um, let's see. I have a question. I'm trying to also look for hide just in case. Um, do we have a hide skill?
Oh, just stealth.
Oh gosh. Yeah, you know what? Either way, that's still a no. That's still you know what? Yeah, either way, I will still end up using stealth. Um, yeah. I will try to avoid whatever that is shambling in front of me.
How? Do you head back? Do you find a longer route? Do you hide?
Let's do the longer route.
So if this was a corridor and he was approaching from here, you head down the corridor and try to find a way around.
Yeah.
You move deeper into the house, and as you are heading down the corridors, some parts of this portion is now better lit. The better lit portion has a bedroom door that's slightly open, and peering through, the room looks much more accommodating. Velveted furniture. There's actually some lit candles. It's an active room. Slip there instead.
Yes.
Sliding inside, it looks like it's the captain's room. You could see his cabinet with his clothes. You could see his military um, stuff, which include medals, the belts, the boots. No weapons. Sadly, he was wearing his weapons. Then his desk, his bed. But basically, this is his room. What do you do?
Uh, Let's see. I riffle through. God. I actually tried to riffle through his desk, looking for evidence, supporting what Gideon Crow said.
You do find a few more letters that have the same message. They've been ripped apart, but they're still there in fragments. The general message is similar to what is in slide 13, which is Cosgrove um, giving more threats about noticing his backstory as a captain doesn't hold.
I keep.
Among the letters was I've spoken with the young Lieutenant Orville, and Orville had very interesting things to state, and then most of the letters destroyed. And then another one, I've spoken with Judge Jenkins. The good judge had a very delightful story, and then it's mostly torn apart again.
Interesting. I keep these threads of information somewhere on my person. Um, I wish we had pockets at this time. Uh, but yeah, I tuck it into my bodice, okay,
Mm-hmm.
just so that I have evidence. And gosh, I check. I I try to think of where Marina would hide. Um, I check the closet. I reckon that it's big enough for a person to hide.
Opening the closet, you slip inside. You find a bunch of different clothing, but you snuggle up there and hope for the best. Outside, you start to hear the sounds of footfalls. I will kill you. You hear the voice muttering. You are here somewhere, little bird. I will kill you. I came to kill everyone here. King is the victim and sole survivor. Then you hear a sudden heavy sound and you realize the bed has been lifted. From the crack in the cabinet, you see the man has shoved the bed open on its one end to peer if you were hiding under. And then not finding you there, lets go of it. Where are you?
I have a ton of questions right now because I know that Gideon tried to help me, but now that he's threatening this is not right. Um,
Yes.
you know, I brace myself and prepare myself for the possibility of shoving past him or banging the door of the closet against his head or his face so that he hopefully gets disoriented so I can rush out. Um, God, good lord. But yeah, I do my best to keep really, really quiet. And I prepare myself.
Crouching low in hopes of darting forward if you need to, if the cabinet is ever opened. Your body suddenly presses against something extremely cold to your side. And looking, it's a piece of metal. It's something that might prove useful if you dare use it. It's a socket bayonet.
Okay, that is interesting to me. Hold on, I need to see what that looks like. Socket.
I'll, I'll cut back to you. Marina, you and the father have been following the types. And have you? Oh, you're back. Are you able to play?
Probably will hard stop in like 15 as because it's late. Sorry, but it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, yeah. We're moving to an ending. So let's. I was actually
Oh,
waiting for you to come back so we can continue and reach the
okay.
ending.
Okay, I'm
Okay.
back.
Following the pipes, the two of you reach a room, and in this room, there is waves of energy that you feel, and occasionally with those waves, you feel any metal in your body shake and respond. In that room where the pipes are all leading to, you could hear an argument going on. How could you have done this? This wasn't part of the plan. Your plan was too slow, and things are now moving. Damn it, Domain, this wasn't what I wanted. This is what we wanted, and now we are getting it. The two of you are at the doorway. From the doorway, peering in, the room is barren of any other furniture save for the massive table at the center of the room. The pipes that are coursing from the ceiling, from the floor, keep the door from being closed. And all these pipes kinda all join and gather to the central machine on the table. The thing on the table looks familiar but not. It looks like a loom, a device that is used to weave cloth and string. It has those panels, it has those pedals and levers. Then it has these slots where things are inserted right now. You could see the woman pulling on the levers, and you could see the
The clapping, yeah.
and as it's clacking and clicking, with every completion of a certain sequence, you feel another wave of that energy, and then the pipe shudder. The two of you look at each other as you could see this happening, and you could see King very angry. This wasn't what we discussed, the main. It wasn't supposed to be all of them. We were supposed to program it so that only certain people were affected. Too many know. The less witnesses, the better. I told you you do not have charge here, King. This is my invention. This is my work. And while you have financed it to function, I am now letting you have it to make yourself a very wealthy man. Make no mistake, this is my creation. He looks at her angrily. Then stop this contraption right now and at least let me input the code so people like Garrick are not affected. She turns to him, and then as she pulls on the loom, with her other hand, she reaches for one of the cards and rips it from the machine. What are you? With the wave, you see suddenly him freeze, and it's similar to what you all saw outside. He suddenly arches backwards. I did not survive the reign of terror just to be told by a man how to survive for the rest of my
You're
lives.
the player? Oh my god. Oh, sorry. I was stuck.
And as she pulls on the lever again, King suddenly arches backwards. Joint scenes now as we're nearing the finale.
Is-
With that arch backwards and with the vibrations, the middleman grabs you by the throat, James. And as it grabs you, it forces you to look at its face. There is nothing but an empty void where the mask, where the wig hangs and the jacket is there. But as it stares at you with this emptiness, you hear hundreds of voices muttering in chaotic unison. What languages do you know?
The languages I know. Actually, where can I find that?
They should be on your sheet. Lance, are you
I
okay? Are you
I
suddenly
have
realizing
none.
how disconnect?
I have none. I only know my own.
You realize that the languages are all foreign, and terribly, to the least you know, most of them sound like that one language you never mastered, which kept you from being a good poet. French.
Mm,
That was personal.
As the voices howl and scream in French, the figure holds you by the throat towards it as it stares at you. And then they all in unison yell one word. One French. Maybe it's French or maybe it's not. But the word is Fenalik.
Oh,
What do you do?
Oh my god. I try to kick and push my way out of the
Roll pow.
sagas. Oh, what is my
And while you're
pow?
rolling, we cut back to you, Janitra. Cowering there, and you see the bed drop back. I have come to kill you all. King is my. He stops. King is. I have come to kill King and you all. He starts looking around. I have come to kill King and you all. Do
Something
you take
changed.
this risk, Janitra, to slip away before he finds you, or do you hope he does not find you as you stay in that cabinet?
I actually take the socket bayonet.
Okay.
Um, I arm myself with it and try to slip, but I need to be ready to fight as well. So
Socket bayonet held up, and as you push open the door, it gives the sound that you hated the most to hear. The man turns and faces you. I have come to kill King and you all. He starts lumbering towards you. I will leave no survivors. What do you do? 10
this is
minutes, the
not
game ends.
this is not you, and you leave me no choice. I good lord, my stats. Wait lang. um, good lord, I run pell mell and I try to get past him, but I you know what? I won't get past him. I try to run him through.
You hold the bayonet, hoping that you're holding it in the right position. You focus on a charge to run through him. This will be a roll for you. So please roll. Um, I think this will be a brawl roll for you. So roll your fighting brawl. And
Brawl, brawl.
as you roll that, James, what was your roll?
I rolled
Your
a
pal?
42, a success.
You kick, and as you kick, your eyes open. You're still in the garden. You're under the orange tree. You're staring at the house, and you could hear weird sounds in the house. But you're awake now.
I push myself up from the ground
Getting up,
and
you feel all the pain all over. But then, where do you run?
I run to the front and I run to the front. I wait a bit to see if anyone will come out.
Running to the front of the household, you see the staff already all fleeing. Many of them holding each other, some carrying valuables, terrified.
What's happening?
Some of
What's
them
going
are
on?
muttering a madman is killing people. And then others are yelling everyone has gone crazy.
I
We
wait for a
cut
moment. Just hope they come out.
cutting back upstairs. Marina and Reverend.
There, there is
Statue at the.
Sorry,
there is an insane
I throw the
urge.
statue at the loom.
Yeah, there's an insane urge to just destroy the loom right now. There's a table
I
underneath
throw the
it.
statue at the loom.
I flip the table.
you, you
The
see
air
Marina
loom, huh?
you see Marina hold the statue. Parang I'll throw it. Jennings nods and rushes into the room to grab the loom. And as the two of you do these actions, another wave of energy as the loom seems to sense your plans. Both of you roll power.
I believe I can pass this, baby.
While you're rolling, Janitra, your roll, what was the result?
I failed. I failed. I can't even save it with
Well,
luck.
you charge forward, but as you charge forward, the hand grabs the bayonet, stopping you from rushing forward. And as you look up, you see the eyes of the figure, and you see the eyes in utter terror. The eyes are almost like saying, "No, don't do this. Go, run away." But then the mouth, "I shall kill you. You are with King," and he reaches to grab your head. Roll dodge, Janitra.
Dodge, dodge, dodge. Oh my god, oh my god.
Then Mother and Marina, how are your rolls?
I failed. Can I push it?
Take it.
Can
Yes,
I will push.
you can push it at great detriment if you fail.
I passed.
Oh, yes!
Okay, that one's
Both of you feel the wave of psychic energy from the heirloom. Not heirloom, but heirloom. Because the device weaves the air into great powerful messages that conquer the mind.
Oh my god.
Then Mother rolled an extreme success.
Oh my god.
Marina, you rolled a standard success.
Regular again.
Stress.
Marina, you slam the thing onto the device, and as it slams to the device, the woman with the gloved hand sees you. How dare you! She yells, and she reaches for something as you slam it on the device a second time. I'll have you roll damage twice. If you've rolled enough, the device will be destroyed before things happen.
How much? How much? What
Then,
dice?
then mother,
Damage. Sorry.
damage.
1d8.
Yeah. Then mother, wave, and as the wave hits, you're in the corridor. And as you're in the corridor, you could hear the voices, the French voices. You could see all the doors slamming open. And they're muttering over and over again, evil, 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 which is Fenalik. And then they mutter, allow us our revenge. And from each doorway, you see the shadowy figures peering. And you realize now as they're coming out, you see the middleman, the man who's not facing you, standing in the middle of the corridor, the shadows all becoming part of his robes. Then it slowly turns to look at you with its non-existent face. Give me my vengeance, it mutters to you. And then you're back in the present. You're holding the table. Do you destroy the table?
I'm guessing that's a sign from God to basically fuck up the loom. Take that as a direct message from God to destroy the loom. So I grab it, and I would just quote a verse of like, the Lord is a righteous God and is an angry God, and he shall have his revenge, and eat the loom.
Roll your strength. Lance, how was your damage?
Fuck.
5 damage lang.
Shit.
You smash it a second time. The loom is still functioning. The woman with the glove suddenly turns to look at you and pulls out this pistol.
Oh my
She
god.
holds the pistol to your face and tells you, not another. The crashing sound as you both look and you see the father has flung the table over its side. It crashes onto its surface. It explodes with a spark of, fire and
Oh my god,
electricity.
that was a 1.
Wind starts buffeting in all directions.
That was a 1.
As this is happening, Janitra,
I will
your
spend
dodge.
10. I failed, but I will spend 10. I'm down to 10 luck, but I will I'm so 20 minus 10, 10 luck left. So I will spend 10 luck on this work.
You leap past him as he tries to grab you, and you notice as he turns to hold you, he's still holding the bayonet now. As you stumble down the corridor, you could hear explosions and the pipes are all vibrating super loud. Suddenly emerging from the hallway, Marina and Jenny, Marina and Reverend Jennings are running down the hallway. Question number 1. Do you bring King with you? Or did you leave him as you started running from the room?
I will look at King and say, and just
You have
basically repeat what the spirit said. The Lord shall have his
okay.
revenge.
So as you drag King out with you, question number 2 for Marina.
Oh wait,
Did you
we're
drag
gonna
the
leave. We leave him.
you
because
leave,
of
you leave
because of
King. Okay.
vengeance.
Question number 2, Marina. Do you bring the gloved lady?
Yes. Fortunately, Father, I'm so sorry. I grabbed.
So while King is left behind, the glove lady is dragged out with you.
Wait,
And as you see them emerge, Janitra, we cut to outside because we're running out of time and you have a hard stop. Emerging from the doorways, James, you see your friends rushing out with the glove woman who you saw behind the controls. The house continues to collapse and scream, but more people start to stumble out from the soiree entrance. Many of them even not certain what's going on. As the house collapses into itself, we come to the epilogue of the session. The investigators are all watching as the few survivors, thankfully the Hopkins are included, are trying to make sense of the events. King does not emerge. The four of you have bits and pieces which brought together give you a story of how King attempted to create a new history with the strange machine that this woman who survived the Reign of Terror had created. But none of you now have people, witnesses, who would prove his falsehood to be true. He is not found alive. His body is found buried under this strange machine that crashed from the third floor. The glove woman insists that she has nothing to do with this. At one point, when you try to hold her, she suddenly pulls out her pistol, holding all of you at gunpoint, forcing you to stay back. But then, to her surprise, her hand moves. Her glove points it at herself.
Oh my god.
And as she screams, you all see the gun discharge. Then suddenly, her glove, which earlier looked pitch black, is red. The Hopkins return home, as do most of you. The world is stunned. Well, the world of, the Ton is stunned by the many events. Everyone, last roll. Roll 1d6. And each of you are marred by the events that have unfolded in your own way. James Bennett,
Oh.
thankfully, is barely affected by the news of what has happened. Most believe that James was not even present in the events. Marina and Janitra, there are some rumors that whisper you were there. Some even state that they had cited you were present. The stain on your reputation is not as big, but present. But for Father Jennings,
Oh yeah. I went crazy.
Father Jennings is a name that has changed in the Ton. Many speak of how they saw him in the soiree, how they saw him arguing with others. Some even dare say they saw him struggling with that woman with the glove, just as the weapon fired and killed her. The number you rolled is the loss of reputation. Please adjust your sheets now and see if your city has changed in how they look at you. If it does not, then that's still good. Yeah, just change the number.
Okay.
Okay.
Subtract the value from what's written. Does it update?
Um,
For me.
I'm still good. I haven't changed.
Yeah, it hasn't changed.
Good. So you all still pretty much are not the talk of the town for the rest of the year. And as hostility and host ends, our last scene is of a man who pushes himself out of the ruins of the destroyed house. The survivor of the asylum stares at himself,
oh my god.
looks at the bloody marks on his hand and the bayonet he still holds. And as he looks around, his eyes blink and they're suddenly pitch black. And he mutters to himself, "Revenge, revenge, revenge." And we close our game there.
Damn! Holy
god.
moly!
Shit.
Yes.
So that is Host and Hostility, the first story. Lots of creative adjustments were made for our group, but I'd like to think it was still a good romp of horror and romance.
It is. I wish.
Definitely.
Well
Thanks,
done.
Tori.
Thank you so much.
I wish I was in Nico's spot during the time that there was like a kinky scene happening. I would be like, hello. But I was like, damn it.
You turned out you did turn down the king.
Yeah. Well,
Is there anything you need?
I was the priest. I was the priest. I was like, okay, I have to be my priesty self. I'm still sad with my sister. If I wasn't sad, maybe. But yeah, it was fun.
That's our session. Quick check on everyone. Everyone okay with the
Yeah.
scenes? Nothing that was too much, nothing too personal.
I just
Thank you for
I had so
playing
much
this
fun.
game. And for completing my
Tuna.
12 for the year 2023.
Yay!
Yay!
Woo!
This calls for celebration.
Yes.
No, we just
Yeah,
got
we will.
back from the celebration, so no.
We'll have a soiree. No. There might be still other one shots next week. So
Yeah.
if ever, catch you guys then.
Yes.
But
Yes.
thank you for playing.
Yeah, and we're
Thank
just
you so
gonna...
much,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Thank you, Toby.
Oh my god, I got
Bye-bye,
raided!
everyone.
I just got raided just as we were ending. Oh my god, thank you for the raid, Dead.
Wow.
Tail end.
Okay,
I'm
guys.
supposed to...
Woo!
Oh my god. But yeah, thank you again, Jim. Toby, it was awesome. Thank you for letting me experience Region CTHULHU with the cool gang. And thank you, Dead. Oh my god. Let me shut you up real quick. But and we're actually gonna raid out to Lord Dipsos, so we're just gonna pass you on over. But yes, thank you guys for the really cool games, and again, congrats on your finalizing your checklist for this year.
Thank
So
you.
12 more games
Till the next
year.
game.
Yes, bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, I has okay, I'm just gonna read out real quick. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Thank you though for the raid, Dad. It's been a while. I appreciate it. I don't know if you're in Australia, but I'm in Australia right now. I don't know if you know that. But yeah, I'm gonna raid out real quick. To Lord Dipsos, you can use these messages right now. Raid 1, raid 2, raid 3. And I also have my more southern. And I also have this. I'm more southern. Southern? I don't know what southern is. But yeah. We can talk. So, but I really appreciate the raid. I'm just so sorry I was at the tail end of the stream. But yeah. I'm gonna we are under Australia. What is under Australia? New Zealand! Okay! Hey, Kiwi! Okay. New Zealand, this says it's under Australia. I'm so confused. I'm not good at geography, but either we're gonna raid out to Lord Dipsos. Yeah, Antarctic is what I thought about. That was a really cool game though. Yeah, let's raid out the Lord Dipsos. I gotta head out. It was fun. See you guys. Send the Lord my love. And yeah. Bye.